movements moving on. It is you who are subversive. You're the killers of the dream. In a savage world of bandits, it is you who are extreme. And you never take your earmuffs off, nor listen when we scream. Are the movements moving on? Your dove of peace with bloody beak sings talons in a child. You bend the olive branch to make a bow, then with a smile you string it with a lynch rope. You've been hiding all the while, but the movement's moving on. You conspire to keep us silent in the field and in the slum. You promise us the vote, then sing us we shall overcome. Hey, but John Brown knew what freedom was, and he died to win us some. The movement's moving on. Let's try last time the chorus together, Pete. Move on over, or we'll move on over you. Move on over, or we'll move on over you. Move on over, or we'll move on over you. Oh, the movement's moving on. I declare my independence from the coward and the knave. I declare my independence from the fool and from the slave. I declare that I will fight for right and fear no jail nor grave. Oh,
I'm a walking, talking, feeling monster. Everywhere I go is drama. Politicians turning everyone against each other. I wanna give up in LA, go see my mama. You see, I need love. No exception. Everybody lives with a little bit of trauma. So I give you my heart. No direction. Any good you see inside of me, I got it from my mama. Mama, 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 I wanna come home. I got it from my mama. Mama, 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 I wanna come home. Empty pocket, loaded, narrow. Blazing trails, but running scared. Get our shit together. I don't know, as long as I got my baby. Don't give up on me. I need love. No exception. Everybody lives with a little bit of trauma. So I give you my heart with no direction. Any good you see inside of me, I got it from my mama. Mama, 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 I wanna come home. I got it from my mama. Mama, 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 I wanna come home. I got it from my mama. Mama, 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 I wanna come home. I got it from my mama. Mama, 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 I wanna come home.
chart. If I don't pray, you better riot. 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 I'm losing cool over nothing. I'm losing count of the commas. Jacuzzi pool how I'm rumbling to the sound of the samba thunderclouds. The ganja got you coughing like where they bury you underground. I'm down in Baca, bitch, with Google. They not I'm her like a puppy chow and I'm the hunting hound. Bark, bark, bitch. Let me off the leash and take several seats on the park bench. Look me in the eye. What you know about darkness? Please call the police. I dare send a squad of cars in. If I don't pray, you better riot. 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 You know that Grim Reaper keeping the sickle sharp. You know that Grim Reaper keeping the sickle sharp. You know that Grim Reaper keeping the sickle sharp. You know that Grim Reaper keeping the sickle sharp. You know that Grim Reaper keeping the sickle sharp. You know that Grim Reaper keeping the sickle sharp.
Tremendously big and tremendously wet. Oh, baby, touch me. Tremendous amounts of water. Oh, baby, love me. Oh, baby, touch me. Oh, baby, love me. Make me think like Julian. Oh, baby, touch me. Make me trip like Donald Trump. Tremendously big and tremendously wet. Tremendous amounts of water. Tremendously big and tremendously wet. Tremendous amounts of water. Tremendously big and tremendously wet. Tremendous amounts of water. Tremendously big and tremendously wet. Tremendous amounts of water.
Oh, baby,
I don't know if you've seen, but there's a little bit of a little country called China, and they're on the come up. I've covered how China is gone from nothing, one of the poorest countries in the world, shattered by capitalism, living under warlords and cliques and literal gangsters, to a world-striding power who is dominating renewable energy, dominating electric vehicles, soon to be dominating space, soon to be dominating aviation. The International Space Station, ultimate symbol of neoliberal primacy, is falling out of orbit, and the only space station in orbit will be Chinese. Think about that symbolism. Dominating renewable energy, dominating electric vehicles, dominating space, dominating aviation, and they're on the dominating renewable energy, dominating electric vehicles, dominating space, dominating aviation, and they're on the
I've seen you in the markets, I've seen you in the streets, and at your political conventions. Talking of your crusade, talking of your nation, and other things too terrible to mention. And you proclaim your Christianity, you proclaim your love of God, you talk of apple pie and mom. I just got one question and I want an answer, tell me, who would Jesus bomb? Maybe Jesus would bomb the Syrians, 'cause they're not Jews like him. Maybe Jesus would bomb the Afghans on some kind of vengeful whim. Maybe Jesus would drive an M1 tank and he would shoot Saddam. Who would Jesus bomb? Yes, I've seen you on the TV and on the battleships. I've seen you in the house upon the hill. And I've heard you talking about making the world safer and about all the men you have to kill. And you speak so glibly about your civilization and how you have the moral higher ground. While halfway around the world, your explosives smash the buildings. If you could only hear the sound. But maybe Jesus would sell landmines and turn on his electric chair. Maybe Jesus would show no compassion for his enemies in the lands way over there. Maybe Jesus would have flown the planes that killed the kids in Vietnam. Who would Jesus bomb? Shout with confidence as you praise the Lord, and you talk about this God you know so well. You talk of Armageddon and your final victory when all the evil forces go to hell. Well, you'd best hope you've chosen wisely on the right side of the Lord, and when you die, your conscience it is clear. You'd best hope your atom bombs are better than the sword at the time that your reckoning is here. I don't think Jesus would send gunships into Bethlehem or jets to raise the towns of Timorese. I don't think Jesus would lend money to dictators or drive those SUVs. I don't think Jesus would ever have dropped a single ounce of napalm. Who would Jesus bomb? Who would Jesus bomb? Who would Jesus bomb?
Alrighty, folks, welcome on into the Central Committee stream with your host Mike from PA. How is everybody doing today? Welcome on in. It is Tuesday, May 6th, 2025. What a fucking day. Oh, I haven't slept yet. You should sleep, man. Did you see Asmongold fell through his ceiling? I fucking love Asmongold, dude. It's so funny, like watching this from the inside, looking at everybody else having mental breakdowns and like grandstanding and like try to get people banned and pretending to believe dumb shit just so they could try to get somebody else banned. It's unique. It's fucking funny. Like, this is the lull calification of Twitch. Like, every single person, even myself included, is acting like a lolcow. Now, I don't know if this is just me creating ironic distance from it all or something, but like Asmongold, how could Asmongold and Tectone ever get under your skin? They literally can't. How could AB get under my skin? Or Ethan Klein? Or like none of these people could in a million years get under my skin. They're so fucking stupid. Like now Tectone, the fact that his father is a convicted sex criminal is going mega viral all over. Wow, great job attacking us, man. You really did it. Now everybody knows that you were accused multiple times of sexual assault. Come on, Asmon lives in your brain way past my skin. You gotta be kidding me, dude. What? The only way he lives in my brain is similar to an RFK Jr. brainworm munching on the prefrontal cortex, because my dude, he talks about me and has talked about me more than I talk about him. He literally has tried to get me banned multiple times on the orders of Destiny, who considers him a fucking loser, which is even funnier. Like, a lot of this goes back to the fact that Tectone, Destiny, Asmongold, Ethan Klein, women just don't react to them in the same way as they do Hassan, right? Like, a lot of this comes back to, you know, Hassan with the he can't keep getting away with it memes, and just the way Hassan is appreciated by the mainstream a lot more. Like the fact that he's constantly in conversations as the next Joe Rogan, even though his politics are way more radical, right? Like Destiny's trying to be, you know, the liberal internet guy, right? And he's following every single corrupt position the Democratic Party takes to a T. He follows it, right? He's against reforming Citizens United. He's in favor of the Gaza genocide. You know, he doesn't think we could do single payer health care. You know, he's for Joe Biden. You know, he thinks AOC is bad. Like, he's doing everything he can to cozy himself up to the mainstream Democratic Party, and no one fucking cares. Meanwhile, Hassan is over here taking all sorts of radical positions, and he's so much more popular, orders of magnitude more popular. So Hassan, to be popular, not only has to get you to watch, he's got to change his audience significantly on the issues, and he's done that. That's the thing that's fucking incredible. And that's also why they hate me, because with Hassan, they can rationalize it as, well, he's just hot and tall. But with me, they're like, he's cringe and he's old and he's ugly. And it's like, bro, look at yourself. Every single one of you would be lucky you're a scraggly 3. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Come on. Can we cover news? Yeah, that's what we're doing, man. That's what we're doing. Do you think they'll actually manage to get Hassan banned? No. No. You guys are really, really, this is like one of the big problems of of the like Twitch space in general is that everybody is connected to these like a couple Twitter accounts, a Reddit subreddit that is a known brigaded subreddit, and the numbers on there are small. Like the fact that Twitch went down in Spain is way fucking more important than Asmongold saying, oh, so and so should be banned. You know, we have like 3 or 4 million people on the website at any point, and somebody has like 20 or 30K saying someone needs to be banned. It doesn't fucking matter, dude. Why did you change your style from liberal coded? You know, man. I'm not in any way close to Rastafarian, bro. Do you think the government is going to come after Hassan and me? I mean, I would say that Hassan and I are like I'm like a tier 3 target, and Hassan is like a tier 2 target. We're not going to be the first people they come after, but we're further along. You know, like we'll definitely be silenced if the shit is hitting the fan. That's the reality of it. You have the air of disgruntled, passionate art history professor, just like a real art history professor I know IRL. Cool guy. Love this class. Thank you, Fennel. At the rate Trump is going, how long until there's a Night of the Long Knives moment? I mean... Typically, fascist repression happens when it's clear that their scapegoats and their policies are utter failures. So now that the tariff shit is starting to come to a head again, I don't know. We'll have to see. Because, like, it hasn't happened yet. It hasn't happened yet. UK and India strike trade deal. Wow, incredible. Trump doesn't need one. He's already won. How has he won? What has he won? What has he actually done that's permanent? He's fucked some shit up. He's made America look terrible. I mean, that's what he's really doing. And I'm glad. America needs to be taken down a peg. Other countries and other regions need to form associations that aren't under America's boot. We need to be checked. Checks and balances is needed for the world, because what we're doing in Israel proves that we cannot be trusted as the global hegemon. There needs to be checks and balances, against the United States of America, period. Like, conservatives who are Asmongold viewers, why do you like that the United States is giving $330 billion to Israel to kill kids? Can you explain to me why you think it's a good idea that our country's a shithole? We can't even fly into Newark Airport. The air traffic controllers are saying don't fly into Newark Airport because it's unsafe. Like, why do you think it's a good idea for us to spend $330 billion on Israel to kill kids? Like, can you explain that? Why do you like killing kids? Why is that more important than your like streets being shitholes and the fact that Asmongold needs mental health treatment and he can't get it? Nazis love killing. I mean, I get it. I get that. Is it just that you're sadistic? You just like hurting people? Is that it? And it's funny to hurt people? You can tell me. I won't be mad. Just tell me the truth. I'm legitimately curious. This is the first time anybody's ever been curious about you in your life. Why do you like Israel killing kids with your money? Like, there's no judgment. Just tell me why you like Israel killing kids. They think Palestinian kids are a threat? Israel has like killed a bunch of Americans and all of our government officials are bribed by this foreign country. You think that, by the way, you think that there's not going to be more terrorism in the future? because of this? You don't think there's going to be more harm in the long run? I don't know. I mean, I figure, I know that they don't really care. I know they don't really care. It's just like interesting. It's more fascinating for me. I think the one thing about Asmongold and his community, they think that they're used to like attacking small female streamers where they can overwhelm them and then they get scared. And it's like, nah, that's not really going to happen. So now they have to run and try to play like hall monitor. All that's going to happen is you guys are going to be hyper under the microscope. Like, what do you guys think is going to happen? You think this is going to work out for Asmongold versus Hassan? I mean, it's just the delusion is insane. All right. What do I want to talk about today? Oh, okay. So Chad put out a new video called "The New Era of Alpha Males," and this is just fun stuff. Why not? We're gonna do some fun stuff, but it's good culture. Like, it explains where the culture is, especially with Gen Z. As a millennial, I just don't frankly give a fuck about the surveillance state of social media. Like, social media is a panopticon, a self-induced panopticon, where every little thing you do is constantly surveilled and judged. And Gen Z has reacted to that by becoming conservative and hiding themselves, which is very funny. So let's get some Chad going. I'm so sick of the Israel controls the U.S. bullshit. How much more evidence do you need that the U.S. is a colonial, genocide, militarized, capitalist death machines? Zionists are just what the U.S. has always been. I don't think we've said that. I don't say that Israel controls the U.S. I think it's a feedback loop. Why talk all this shit when you can't yourself beat up not even a toddler? Are you confused? If I was going to threaten someone, I would just threaten them. Right? I would just threaten them. I was using what's known as a metaphor. It's from 6th grade. You failed out. The metaphor is carrot and the stick. That's an idiom. And then I used the metaphor to explain being nice to Ethan Klein is not going to work. You have to debunk him and confront him. If I wanted to threaten Ethan Klein, I would. Are you fucking stupid? If I wanted to do that, I would just do it. Like, I'm not scared. Oh no, Ethan Klein is going to do something.
Chad to you. We haven't really checked in on the alphas in a while because in 2021, 2022, there would be a new one spouting the craziest takes you'd ever heard, like women don't have hobbies or you should tan your asshole. But now in 2025, that's just every Instagram reel. That's just every single Instagram reel that you ever see ever. It's kind of like pointing out a cow to your friends when you're driving through the city versus when you're driving through the country. They're not going to be very surprised. This is a cow farm. There's gonna be cows outside. But recently I found 2 alphas that are so fascinating to me that I have to point them out to you, no matter where we're driving. If you watch reels for over an hour every day, don't do that. So do I. Then you've maybe seen this guy before.
His favorite whiskey, Johnny Walker. What do I do at duty free? Fucking Johnny Walker. That night, sipping the Johnny Walker in the war room by myself with him, chilling.
Luke Belmar is a biohacking, crypto trading, e-commerce-ing, alpha finance bro millionaire.
Give me a $10 million contract every 4 months. That's, you know?
By the way, I didn't realize what biohacking was until a few days ago. Apparently, it just means changing your diet and routine to try and improve your life. That's obviously a simplified definition, but based on the term they've been using, I thought it was a lot more serious than that.
Biohacking is your ability to reverse engineer life. Bio means life. Hacking through it is your...
Look at this. Okay, so this guy is some buck-toothed twink, and he's the alpha male. Wait. Are you this to use violent when the only way to do it, the fact you're not the one capable to beat up anyone you chill with, so it puts you on a hill list? No one, I didn't put anybody on a hit list, number one. Number two, let's fucking go. Bring it on, number two. That's number two. And number three, bro, it's not violence. You're fucking stupid. Can you stop believing the rotten-brained Asmongold guy? I would fucking stand on business if I wanted to threaten Ethan Klein or Asmongold. What are they gonna fucking do? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why are you guys pretending like you believe this shit? Holy fucking hell.
Ability to figure out the most optimal ways to experience life.
So it kind of seems like they've just alpha-fied taking care
Like,
of...
this is what's so fucking awesome, guys. I could just post about Asmongold and I'll get 15,000 likes on him just being the most disgusting man that's ever lived. Hold on, let me find it. I was just retweeting all the funny posts, helping boost them. Look, I love the new, like, 12,000 likes. I love the new face of the online right. It's cockroaches all over him. No, guys, listen. Asmongold, he's a very important political thinker, and he's enforcing the Twitch terms of service. The Twitch terms of service are very important. Now, if he doesn't get his way, he'll move to YouTube. And over in YouTube, where everything is much worse and everyone violates the TOS and nobody gives a shit. Oh, is he gonna become the YouTube TOS enforcer? But he's over there.
themselves. Hey bro, you want to film a podcast episode real quick? Because we need to convince ourselves we're doing something fiscally profitable in order to sincerely talk to each other. Sorry dude, I can't. I'm biohacking. Bro, what? You're biohacking? That's crazy, dude. That's impressive, for real. Yeah, thanks.
He throws it back on the floor. Wait, feed me, don't kill me. His entire house is full of vermin. What is one more cockroach gonna do? It's not like it's not like, oh no, here's one cockroach. It's like anytime he lifts a stack of dirty dishes or clothes, there's like 80 cockroaches that run away. You know what I mean? Like, he's got rats. Rats are just like bold in his house. They're just wandering around openly in the daylight because there's no threat.
I know. I'll let you get back to it, okay? You focus up, all right? I'll talk to you later. Okay, see you, bro.
Do I think Putin is it? I think Putin is a right-winger. I think Putin is a right-winger. I mean, it's just not, it's not very complicated.
It's actually one of the best apples I've ever fucking had. Luke posts a lot of clips of himself on various podcasts.
If I had Asmongold's money, I would simply move and burn that house to the ground. Even if you didn't want to move, why don't you just, here, Asmongold, why don't you take some of your money, hire an organizer and a cleaner, and just rip that house down to the fucking foundations and get a, tent it, have an exterminator, fix it up. Build a shrine to your mom. I don't know why he's fixated on it. The answer is because he literally just has executive dysfunction and doesn't do anything. So, like, one day of making phone calls is too much for Asmongold. That's why he's not very threatening as an opponent. He's too nervous to get on the phone. Asmongold, we should talk on the phone.
Podcast saying things I think are meant to be insightful, but usually make no sense.
I think people need to start studying words. You look at a bank, right? What is a bank?
River bank.
Right. What does the river bank do? It controls the flow. The flow of what?
You call yourself a communist, act like you're a community man, but Asmongold is doing genuine community service by drawing in the rodents, vermin, and critters in a 5-block radius to his house. Unfortunately, he's not. Unfortunately, all he's doing is he is creating a vermin breeding nest and spewing. Can you imagine living on the same block as Asmongold? Like, how much does that suck? Because like you finish lunch and you leave a plate out on the fucking counter, and fucking Asmongold's roaches come up through your fucking pipes. The man needs to be institutional. I do think it would help him. Like, I'm not calling on it. I just think that I think he should really think about it. Like, I know Asmongold won't do it because he sees being mentally ill as weak, but I don't know, man. I think you should maybe go and just spend a couple weeks talking to someone. Like, get out of that house. How has this city not intervened? My guess, I don't know, man. Maybe his house is like, maybe the houses around him are blighted. I don't know, man. I'm sure. What are you talking about, Mike? I'm sure he takes great care of his front lawn and the facade of his house. Oh man. Honestly, his house should be condemned.
Flow of the currency. If it's controlling the currency, it's also controlling the what? The flow.
Okay,
the
we're
flow
watching
of what? The cash flow.
He's always talking about his success and how much money he has, so he posts a lot of advice to people wanting to become more like him. Wealthy, cool, charismatic.
Because
look at this underbite motherfucker. Gen Z, man, it's so interesting. Like, Gen Z culture is so interesting, right? Like, because being gay has been so thoroughly accepted by Gen Z, like they grew up in the period where like being gay was pretty much just considered to be an acceptable way of being. They've kind of absorbed some of the aesthetics of the gay community, and it's kind of wrapped into the heterosexual community. There's a lot more comfort with like this guy being an alpha male with an overbite or an underbite, and he's a twink like from Fire Island, and it's like, I think he's a decent looking guy. I'm not saying he's ugly or anything. I'm just saying that the aesthetics of it are not alpha male. Like, maybe millennials are different, but when I think of alpha male, I think somebody who's 6'4", 220 pounds, is in the gym, you know, almost daily, you know, rocks a thick beard. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? That's a guy who's big and strong. I don't think of like twink with an overbite.
Those streams are very helpful.
Because
And a lot of his videos are him explaining how we can start making money just like him. So let's go ahead and dive in. That's foreshadowing for later in the video. It'll make sense later. We'll get to that.
mention to me 5 people in your life right now that you give them a phone call and be like, yo.
I mean, even listening, is he gay? Is he actually gay? Like, is he actually openly gay? Does anybody know? I want to learn more about this guy. I'm intrigued.
Drop me a $250,000 wire. You need those people, right? Because your net worth isn't calculated by the money that you have, but by the access that you have to money.
Here's the secret.
Fucking stupid, dude. This is... Yo, our society's in trouble, man. Our society's in trouble. These are cliches from like dime store advice books. Yo. When people are like, I like, you know, the youth are our future, and then you see this shit and you're just like, God damn, they're fucking stupid.
To being rich, guys. Ask rich people to give you money. Pretend to be their friend so you can use them for personal financial gain. It's a side hustle because you're hustling them. At the end of this clip, he also says this.
You could be poor but be in a federal position where you can print $100 billion and put it into any industry where you have prior investments. It's all about positioning.
Which is somehow even worse advice. If you guys want to make money, literally just make money. Print
Yo,
it.
you know what you could do? You could be super corrupt in the government, bro. You could be really corrupt in the government, man. Yo, you know what? If this guy was Chinese, do you know what they would do? They would arrest him. They would arrest him. And that's good.
Yourself in your garage. It's all about positioning yourself into prison. Don't worry though, this is not the only groundbreaking advice he has for making money.
When was the last time you sat down with a blank piece of paper and just like brainstormed? Ever heard that?
Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm sorry for pausing. Yo. When's the last time you just sat down and brainstormed, man? Just brainstorm, bro. Just brainstorm.
Yes, I'm pretty sure they have heard of that. He has so many people listening to him right now. They're hanging on every word he says.
It's not even that many. It's like 10. I could do the same thing. Like, would that work? Would that work if I just got like 10 or 15 people to just circle up around me and I just started saying fucking cliches? Would that fucking work? This is easy.
And he uses that opportunity to ask if they've ever heard of journaling.
I got a problem at the top. Give me a fucking 100 solutions for that problem.
Hit the vape.
Oh, I don't know what chill the fuck out. What is going to happen? Relax, G.
This isn't going to help anyone become rich alpha bros, so I feel like he must have some kind of other motivation for trying to get them to use paper. Like maybe he secretly works at Dunder Mifflin. When's the last time you took a piece of paper and just appreciated it? When's the last time you ordered 80 boxes of 8x10 in ultra white, tipping your salesman 40%? Ever heard of it? Ever heard of that? Have you ever heard of that? Have you? And while we're at it, have you ever heard of today's sponsor? This video is sponsored by Midas Merge. Midas Merge is a free to download mobile game that you can play on your phone even if you don't have Wi-Fi. You could play it on a flight, you could play it in the woods, or in a basement with really thick walls. In Midas Merge, you team up with King Midas and Queen Leah after the evil goddess Nyx casts her shadow over the gardens of gold. How could she do this? She's so evil, and also she's hot. Oh no, I hope she doesn't cast her shadow on me.
This is a recession indicator, chat. This is a recession indicator. People advertise, like when the advertising gets to shittier and shittier mobile games, it's a recession indicator. You know what's really interesting and something that I have to say I'm a smidge worried about? I'm not worried about Donald Trump arresting me for being pro-Palestine. I'm worried about, I don't know, the entire internet online media sphere collapsing because of a recession. Because has it really gone through a recession? Like the only recession that this kind of like online social media shit has gone through is the COVID recession, which just so happened to be a situation where everybody had to rush online. So it wasn't a recession for online media. It was a recession for everybody else. It was actually our best growth period because everybody was forced to use the internet, right? So like, I know that my channel is doing great, but I'm a little bit worried about like the infrastructure collapsing out from under my feet because, you know, we've never actually gone through a recession on Twitch. Mike, it's going to be a hella hot summer. Where do most ACs come from? China. Yo, if I were Mexico, I would be like, time to unionize up. You're going to be raising the wage.
It's up to us to save the gardens of gold and restore them to their shining glory by merging items. Merging these sunbursts will brighten the garden and also free these little creatures from the cages that Nyx has been putting them in. Stop it, Nyx! Put me in a cage instead. You can even merge these cute little creatures and evolve them into higher levels, aka
all they did is get slightly bigger. This is so bad. This is such a shit fucking... This, like, is this made by AI?
Into cooler looking creatures. The more of these creatures you have, the faster you'll be able to save the gardens of gold from the evil.
I'm ethically reacting, and I think you should download this game just to give Chad money, but god damn, this looks like shit.
goddess of night, who keeps calling me sweetie and also kitten. So we're basically a thing now. If you want to check out Midas merch, just click the link in the description or use the QR code here. And if you're one of the first 100 people to use my link, you'll get this level 2 turtle named after me. You'll get your very own Chat turtle that looks just like me. Just kidding, it doesn't. That would be scary. Thank you to Midas merch for sponsoring, and let's get back to the video. These haven't really been helpful.
Stabby has joked on many occasions how fake the money is in podcasting. Hey, James, wait, I have a suggestion. This is a wild suggestion. If you know like of a really concise and entertaining clip that would really explain what you're saying and would contribute to the quality of the stream, how about you provide me the clip instead of giving me a paragraph of text describing the funny clip? Upgrade your chatter status.
Helpful so far, so let's watch this one. Literally,
if you want to be a good chatter, here, let me give you a good advice for being a good chatter. Provide relevant and entertaining information or topics, or say something that is in itself funny. Don't describe somebody else's funny thing. Either be funny or bring the funny. This is highly relevant. Please watch it. Okay, your entire ability to post here is unquestioned.
American Society of Civil Engineers gave our energy grid a D+, because almost all of it was built in the 1950s and 60s with a 50-year life expectancy, and we're 10 to 20 years past that. Across the country, 640,000 miles of high-voltage lines run at full capacity at almost all times, which is way more than the grid was designed to handle, and Texas in particular is one of the worst ratios between planned and real capacity. It's so bad that the US government has said that if just 9 of America's 55,000 electrical substations were brought down, it could cause a coast-to-coast blackout lasting 18 months or more.
It's so bad that the U.S. government has said that if just 9 of America's 55,000...
I'm going to pause it right here because I think I know where this TikTok is going. All right, let's keep going.
Called Luke Belmar's Steps to Be Rich. This has got to be what we're looking for.
1. Go get spring water.
I just wanted to let you know that because you threaten violence, when I meet you on the street, it will be on site. Okay, where are you from? Where are you from? What's your name? Send me your picture. Where are you from? Send me your picture. I want to know more. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Why are you hiding? You have a 4-letter name that you made in 2018 and you're going to burn that with this level of pathetic fucking threat? A 4-letter name that you're going to burn? A 4-letter account? That you made in 2018? Oh no, dude. Oh no, dude. Oh no. Come on, man. Come on, man. No, what is it? Is it, wait, it's not. Target abuse, advocating abuse, self-harm. What is it? Threats? Threatening violence. There it is. Threatening violence in the chat. Now, see, the thing is, my dude, the problem is I didn't do that. But I want to say, you've been sold a bill of goods, and all that happened is you lost your account. All that happened is you lost your account. Come on, man. Like, what are you doing? Anyway, let's keep going. Anyway, pull up. Send me your photo. Let's go.
Water. Don't drink Dasani purified water. It's gonna fuck you up.
Water is gonna fuck me up.
2. Once you have a little bit of money, start eating super clean, super organic. Understand that the food that you consume has pesticides, has chemicals.
Once I have money, which I still don't have, because that's what this tutorial is supposed to tell me.
Don't use a microwave. Microwave, you're literally cooking your food.
Microwave will cook food.
Neglect celebrities. Don't give a f celebrities. They're just dirt.
Ignore celebrities, even though we're supposed to be making rich friends, and they probably won't want to be our friend if we call them dirt and stuff.
Yo, drop me a $250,000 wire. He's a dirtbag.
For someone who's always talking about the meaning of words,
I think people need to start studying words.
he seems to not understand the ones in step by step. We still don't know how to get rich like him. This wasn't even unhelpful advice. This was advice for after we've done the thing we needed advice for. What's up, guys? Today I'm going to be showing you how to tie a shoe. This is just a quick step by step. As you can see, my shoes are already tied. Go fuck yourself. Don't put food in here, by the way. It'll make it cold. Be careful. Is that Chris Hemsworth? Oh, it's me, Chris Hemsworth. Get the fuck out of here, Chris. I'm gonna beat you up. You're gonna be so Thor tomorrow. I think one of the funniest things about Luke, though, is that he is completely obsessed with the Tate brothers. You know, the convicted human traffickers. You know, some of the worst people on the planet.
Oh, so he's a Tate orbiter. That makes so much sense.
Some of the worst people alive right now. He talks about Andrew's brother Tristan so frequently and with so much excitement that it's like he's a freshman in high school getting to hang out with the mean popular seniors.
Tristan Tate got us lit on Blue Label, Johnny Walker, $250 cigars, $500 cigars, right? What an experience. So we're gonna go hang out with them today again. Dude, the guy did a 5-day fast. First thing how he breaks his fast, cigars and whiskey, and still outruns us. What a G, bro.
Dude, this guy starved himself, spent $1,000 on consumable goods, and still trafficked women right after. That guy is sick, dude. In the head, he's fucked up.
Your favorite car, bro?
The red one, the Aston Martin.
Tristan thinks well, guys. Critical thinking, I fucking love it.
Hello? Who, Luke? Yeah, he's here. One sec. It's Krispy Kreme. They said they want to offer you a job. They said because you're so good at glazing. He didn't even explain his thought process for why this is his favorite car. He just said the color. He literally just said the color of the car. That didn't even take regular thinking.
The red one.
Luke reacts to everything Tristan says like Tristan is paying him, which he might be.
Yo, drop me a $250,000 wire.
Tristan, take piece of dirt. Allegedly. Most definitely, allegedly. 1000% for sure, no doubt in my mind, allegedly. It's like Luke is on payroll and he's trying to keep his job. I think we should move this filing cabinet over there. Yes. Genius. That's why this guy's in charge, right? No, actually, I hate that spot. That's the worst spot in the building. And I've always thought that. I've always said that. I don't know. Maybe we should move.
My favorite type of Asmongold fan is an Asmongold fan. Fuck, you guys make me so happy, dude. You guys make me so happy, dude. Holy shit. Holy fucking hell, I love Asmongold fans so fucking much, dude. My favorite thing about Asmongold is that there was hardcore WoW and he just didn't participate in it. Because he would have died so many fucking times. So he didn't do the thing that was like massively popular because he's so bad at the thing he's dedicated his life to. Fuck, that's so awesome, man. I love it so much.
Move the filing cabinet to my butt, but then it'll be in the way.
Why does boring genocide have to be attached to such juicy internet drama? Why do you cover this conflict if you don't give a shit about it? Because it's attached to the most viral YouTube drama in the last decade. Something I care about significantly more given my content. Nick eats Oreos. His content. Oh, please tell me. Please, Nick, please come to TwitchCon. Did I show this already? Oh, wait, hold on. Fuck, I love this, dude. Oh, fuck, this is so cool. I love that he has these books piled up from when his mom died. Like, when did his mom die? Also, I love the popcorn ceiling. Oh, fuck, you know this thing. This looks like it was built... When do you guys think this house was built? The 70s? Lead paint? Lead paint, asbestos, popcorn ceilings. Also, that beam. That joist seems a little twisted. I took the day off to find some dead animal in my attic that smelled bad and ended up falling through the ceiling. Pretty sure I'm living in Sen's Fortress. Book hoarding, popcorn stealing, and dead animals. Disgusting. Why do you live in squalor? This is a normal person, by the way. This is not a stream watcher. This is what normal people see. Bro, I'd look at getting the home inspected when you get the chance, for real. Yeah, Asmongold's really busy, guys. No, he's just too intimidated to use the phone. Holy shit, that's incredible, man. Holy shit. The best part of this is never going to get cleaned up. This is never going to get cleaned up. The other thing I really love about his community is that they fucking hate him. Holy shit, that's fucking great. Like, at least my community likes me. His community just likes wishing him misery and, you know, watching the filth and just using him as like, at least I'm not that guy.
And anyway, we have so many white people. Why do we have so many white people that feel legitimately oppressed? I think the reason why, there's a lot of reasons. They see that black people might get advantages in college admissions. And
bro, did Asmongold go to college? Somebody says he worked for the IRS, but did he actually go to college? Did you see AB attacking you and BADEMPANADA reacting to it?
I'm telling you that.
I'm sorry, but the white person did way more than, like, he spoke out way more than AB.
Yes. So yeah, so the white person he's talking about is Mike.
So what?
Yes. Okay, we're gonna talk about this. We're gonna talk about this. Let's finish the Chad video. Hold on. I'm getting distracted by making fun of Asmongold when we should be making fun of other right-wing content creators.
How will I kiss it? Your butt. How will I hold it and kiss it and make out with it then? It's so crazy whenever people talk about the Taints like they're literal gods, because again, they're convicted human traffickers, and second, the least alpha thing you can do is look up to a man. Like, why are you looking up? What were you doing down there? It's also such a public way to announce what kind of person you are to the world. Like, this is where you want to be. This is where you want to end up. This is your guy. Wooly Willy is your guy. I think this gives a pretty good idea of what kind of person Luke Belmar is, because wanting to be around the Tate brothers is like wanting to be inside a toilet bowl, because it means you're probably a big piece of shit. The water advice is pretty recurrent in all of Luke's teachings. It keeps coming up.
You can do Mountain Valley spring water. You can do Avian.
Evian. I love Evian.
Yeah, those are good ones.
Tastes good. Fiji? No.
He refuses to drink any regular water. It has to be specifically approved brands of bottled water. And he tends to project this mindset onto others around him.
Today I went to the dentist and she's like, can you rinse out your mouth? And I'm like, I'm not rinsing out my mouth with this tap water. Even the monkey knows, natural spring water, none of this tap water bullshit, bro.
The monkey was drinking the water, though. It seemed like it was having a good time until you approached it with the gentleness of a thwomp. See, even monkeys know water is bad. I feel like once again he was inspired by the Taint brothers and Andrew always talking about bottles of water. I mean bottle of water. Bottles of water. Bottles of wattles. Bottle of water. Bottle of water. I don't know when or why this mindset started, but maybe this clip has something to do with it.
Hey, your little 13-year-old daughter has acne. Let's put her on birth control to regulate her emotions. And now you put 100 million women in the United States on birth control. It goes to your urine. That estrogen goes into the water. So now you have all these feminized men drinking this tap water.
I guess this explains his and his fellow alphas' fear of water, because the mark of a true alpha is being scared of the basis of pretty much all life.
All right, let's pause it for a second just to talk about that idea. let's say that pharmaceuticals are in our sewage system and they're going out into, you know, water systems or the environment and causing like a pharmacological buildup that then can get into, you know, our water systems and food systems. The solution, there's two solutions to that. Solution one is stop allowing people to take medically necessary pharmacological substances. Or two, and here's another one, slightly raise taxes on the rich to build a water treatment system that removes pharmacological waste and prevent dumping of sewage into areas where it may result in contamination of the water supply or the environment at large. His solution is stop giving people medically necessary drugs. My solution is take a little bit of money from Jeff fucking Bezos so that when we turn on the tap, it's not fucking contaminated. Just assuming he's right for a second.
Not scared of anything. We're all really tough. Except for 71% of the planet. Luke also has a tendency to make up numbers, which isn't a great characteristic to have as a finance expert.
Now you have 100 million women urinating highly estrogenated urine.
Where did 100 million come from? I love making up numbers based on nothing. I like my statistics how I like my hemorrhoids. Extracted from my ass. People who typically use birth control are in the age range of like 15 to 45. It's different for everybody. That age range in the US is only 66 women. 66 million. Not just, there's actually 66 women in the US, and I'm one of them. I'm the best one. And of that number, only about 15% use the pill. So that's less than 10 million. Where did all those extra millions come from? I thought this guy was supposed to know all about millions.
I've been able to capitalize on this digital gold rush and been able to generate millions of dollars.
Sure hope this isn't the same math he's using to calculate his net worth. So overall, with assets and investments, I'm probably worth around 20 million. Nice. What about liquid? Where? It's actually totally fine that we haven't learned anything of value yet from these videos because Luke has an online course that he sells.
Now I can tell you, as a matter of fact, that there's people your age making an absolute fucking killing online, whether it's through e-commerce, drop shipping, crypto.
He has an online course that makes him most, if not all of his income. What? Bones, what is happening? Who could have seen this happening? Why didn't you warn us, Bones? It's technically not just courses he's selling. It's actually a club where you get exclusive opportunities to connect with fellow entrepreneurs, which is something you can do on Instagram.
All you have to do is comment the words Capital Club and I'll send you a private link so that you can tune into this private event.
Do you guys think it's private? Sorry guys, I just didn't catch if it was private or not. Could you guys let me know if it was private or not? Here are some examples of the exclusive connections you can make after giving Luke and his entourage up to $15,000.
What do you guys do?
Full-time trading.
Full-time trading?
Yeah.
What markets?
Forex and commodities.
Where's my commodity? All right, there you go. Connect. All right, doesn't matter. Connect. Connect. Doesn't matter. Connect. Connect.
You'll also receive priceless mentoring like this.
Are you going to the gym every day? No, you're not. Are you sleeping well? No, you're not. I see eye bags under your eyes. So what you need to... Bro, look at me. Look at me. First of all.
Good thing this is inspirational, right? Otherwise, it would just seem like he's making fun of this person's appearance.
I see eye bags under your eyes.
Do you work out? Don't answer. I know you don't. Do you wash your face? No. Your pores are like craters. What am I looking at? I can't tell if I'm looking at skin or the surface of the moon. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. I slept with your mom. Okay? Now that we've mastered the financial aspect of alphafication,
Give me a $10 million contract.
let's move on to the physical one by learning from our next alpha, Ashton Hall.
Okay, this guy rules. This guy fucking rules. All right? Like, okay, listen. You know, the nose strip to try to get better airflow when you're sleeping, you know, reduce snoring. I don't know about the mouth tape shit. Like, what's the mouth tape shit? Is this a real thing? Like, what is the like this strikes me as like a really good scam where you can sell tape at like 1,000% markup. Like, I could just go down to my local local store and just buy medical tape. Like, they have these like pre-cut tapes. But it's dangerous? It's a pseudoscience that's all over the TikTok shop. TikTok slop. Okay. I kind of find TikTok shop slop to be really interesting. Because I just started watching YouTube or TikToks. Because I'm starting to get on TikTok myself. I figured I needed to take the energy I was putting into Twitter and try to put more of it into TikTok. I haven't done that replacement, but I'm beginning the rotation. One of the things I noticed on TikTok is, first of all, so many ads. So many fucking ads. I swear to God, every other video is a fucking sponsored video or an ad. It's crazy. It's the most ad-dense content I've ever seen in my life. That's number one. Number two, there's this fucking like gum. There's this brand of gum that just gets absolutely spammed. How much money are they spending on ads? It's like, we're natural gum. And it's $30 a pack or something. Mike, my good chatter arc begins here. Tecto denies his dad's behavior 2 months ago.
You could do it. Your father went to jail for the same rape shit. Oh, really? Wait, tell me more, man. Tell me more. What else?
Apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Who'd my dad rape?
Okay, chat. I don't think his dad was accused of rape. He was accused of sexual harassment and sexual assaults. I don't think he did like rape. Sexual harassment and sexual assaults, so that he was convicted of 14 counts. Convicted. So this is not an accusation. He was convicted. He went to prison, and then he was forced out of the military. He was court-martialed for his crimes.
Oh, by the way, Genesis Santos, I deal with people like this on a daily basis, by the way.
Oh, I know.
Yep.
Oh, I can imagine.
Yep.
I mean, you've been also accused by multiple women of being a fucking sex creep as well. VO is only with you for the money, Mike, and you know it. VO makes like a shit ton of money. What the fuck are you talking about? Honestly, this is crazy. This is crazy, dude. VO like makes more than me sometimes. She had like a 30 fucking day long subathon that like what? Holy shit.
Who? 5 women in the military.
14,000 subscribers 1 month. I only have 7,000.
Accuse your father of rape. Really? That's crazy. You think so? What else? You want to talk about my dead granddad too? That's the part where we usually go.
Wait, was his granddad a sex criminal too?
We usually go from the dad and then we bring up the dead grandfather. Do we want to talk about?
Is his grandfather a sex criminal too?
Grandfather too, or no?
Okay, dude, you could just.
That's why he went to jail discussing. Really, man? That's interesting. How do you know so much? How are you so all-knowing, man? Tell me more things that I don't know.
Comic Sans chat was spamming slurs.
Today, I would like to tell the story of one of the 8% that were prosecuted. The story of Colonel Michael Robertson, who commanded Fort Bliss's 31st Combat Support Hospital.
This is his dad.
At Camp Dwyer, a military base and airfield in the Helmand River Valley in Afghanistan. Last week, Colonel Robertson was convicted by a military judge of 14 charges, including having pornography on his government computer, sexually harassing 3 women, and assaulting 5 women.
Sexual assault is never funny, but it is amazing that this fucker, he tried to cancel Frogan by going, my father fought for my freedom. Your father is cashiered out of the military for being a sex criminal. Shut your fucking mouth. Dishonorably discharged fuck.
He can run very, very fast for undisclosed distance.
Sitting there, that streamer is disappointed because I really enjoyed watching this, but now I know too much. Yikes, bro. Is that what you think? Is that what you think, Big 1G Belly? The only reason that you've seen that clip is because Destiny, and this is, I want you to understand that, was furious that I cucked him. So he created a whole entire fucking worldview, a whole entire, it's the same reason he hates denims. Like, I'm sorry to say this, guys, but like, the only reason we don't speak out on it more is because we have we're respectable adults. But like, you've seen that clip because he's in a complete shame spiral.
He can dive into water. He can dive his face into water. Ashton Hall is a daily routine.
Stop giving the opposition ammo. And then I linked.
Shows himself throughout the day as he gets ready to go places and then does things at those places.
Who is this girl whose video we're watching? Chad is probably one of the... Chad is one of those channels where she's just fucking funny and cool as hell. I don't know how else to describe it. Great editing, really funny. Just outstanding in every way. If you're not subscribed to Chad, like legitimately, what are you even doing? Just a legend of YouTube. A legend of left-wing YouTube. Highly recommend. Now, she doesn't make her stuff isn't like politics, but she is a left-wing person who is making amazing fucking internet analysis content, where she points her derision on the people who fucking deserve it.
By the way, Chris James is how I learned about this guy because I deleted X from my phone. I couldn't stand to be there or look at it anymore. So everybody say, thank you, Chris James. Thank you. Is he gone? Thank God. That guy has 2 first names. Like, how many do you need? Don't be greedy. Ashton has been getting a lot of attention over this last month for how crazy and unrealistic his routine is. For example,
her merch is insane. Like, look at her. Look at this art. You see this girl boss art and the Alpha Chad, like wolf picture. Like her shit is awesome. Girl boss, gaslight, and then I can't remember what the bottom is.
He starts the day by waking up at 3:50 or 3:55 in the morning. And there's really no reason to do that. The sun's not out, so you can't see anything. Businesses aren't open, so you can't go anywhere. The worms aren't even awake, so he can't even get one of those even. I'm a little biased though, because I hate early risers. I don't mean I hate rising early. I mean I hate people who rise early. The people that I know who wake up absurdly early in the morning only...
Hey, I'm catching a stray. Gabagool?
Do it so they can tell me about it. Obviously, if your schedule demands it, that's different, but I hate when people act like waking up early is a productive achievement in and of itself. You're just waking up at a different time. That doesn't...
Oh no, can I just say that this is totally true? Because there's 2 types of people, right? You have the type of people that like to wake up early so they can take care of shit without being bothered. And then you have the people who like to stay up late so they could take care of shit or relax without being bothered, right? That's the thing. Like there's like a 10-hour, 12-hour period where people don't really bother you, and you either are an early riser where you get that stuff done, you know, early on, or you do it late at night. So like that, it's really the same thing. It's just you know, you're using the end of the period of time before people start being productive, or you're using the beginning of that period of time. I personally think early risers, as somebody who wakes up early now and trained myself to wake up early, I'm not a natural early riser. I think it's better for you because you have more freedom when you wake up early. I can decide. It's a lot easier for me to like extend my day than it is for me. Like if you're just asleep during a big portion of it, you're just asleep. But I can extend my day when I need to. And just being awake first, getting your shit you need to do out of the you know, doing what you need to do it during your day as early as possible and having it done is so much more stress relieving than the other way around, which is like feeling like you're behind all the time. And it's just purely psychological. I put my phone in the bathroom, so I'm forced to get up with no phones, going to bed, just books. I work at 8:30 every day. Yeah.
Doesn't mean that it's a better time, especially if you're like Ashton.
I just think this chat is getting idler. What does that mean? What is IDLER? Older. Oh, yeah. Okay, you meant older. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, this chat is older people and women. You know, it's less the 15-year-olds that are worried about being cringe, obviously.
Hall and went to bed at 7 p.m.
Does all of chat work part-time? I'm confused with people that could sleep throughout the day. Huh? Oh my god, look how many alarms. Thank you, John.
You're actually sleeping more than most people. He goes to sleep at 7 and then doesn't wake up until 3:50 in the morning. That's almost 9 hours of sleep. Why am I doing so much math in this video? His morning routine video that went super viral says this in the caption: day 191 of the morning routine that changed my life. 3:50 a.m. to 9:30 a.m.
It's hilarious to start at 3:50 a.m. and still be late. It's like legitimately awesome. To start at 3:50 a.m. and be so committed to the game that you're late by a half hour anyway. The workday starts at 9, sir.
Lives late at night. If you're dealing with a weak mind, bad decisions, or lack of productivity, go to sleep early. Sin lives late at night. It's still night when you wake up. Sin is still around. He says variations of this phrase a lot.
Brother, what do you mean, how do I wake up at 3:50 a.m.? Listen, I go to sleep early because temptation lives late at night.
But if your willpower goes away the second the sun goes down, you probably have really weak willpower. You're still the same person no matter what time it is. So if you're making bad decisions, you can still do that during the day. Hey, you want to be in this 70-person orgy with us? There is nothing I'd like more. Sure. Yeah. I can't even begin to express how much I want to do this and how long I've wanted to do this and how much I appreciate you asking me and including me in this. What time is it? It's 5 a.m. I can't do this. But you just said you were gonna. I'm not that person anymore. It was 10 seconds ago. Ashton spends the rest of his mornings doing various things between each round of putting his face into ice water. Dipping his face into ice water is kind of like his checkpoint throughout the day. And he only does it with a specific brand of bottled water. He doesn't use tap water.
Why doesn't he use a bigger bowl so he doesn't spill it everywhere? But why does he use such a small bowl and spill it everywhere? It seems kind of messy.
He doesn't even use
Can we just talk about half of conservative content is just gay? It's like softcore gay porn, and that they're so fucking gay. Like okay, listen. I'm going to say something controversial, but it's true. When the revolution happens and we have the conservative forces defeated and captured, I think that we should have them all just sit around with a bunch of queens and just let themselves express their homosexuality and tell them that it's okay to be gay. I think that's the #1 thing that conservatives need. I think a lot of conservatism is repression. It's like denial of the self. If we could just sit them down with some queens and let them cry it out, they'll stop watching Asmongold so much. Like a lot of conservatives, if you talk to them, they're like, you should never trust anybody. People are just so mean, and they're just trying to take advantage of you. And they're just nothing but gold diggers. And they're only out to... that's why I don't care about anyone. It's like all this barely repressed little boy syndrome where they're hurt. And so this soy right, dude, holy fuck. I love it. I fucking love it. Like, Asmongold is great. Like, legitimately, I know people look at Asmongold and go, oh my god, I can't believe his stream is so large. Oh my god, he's one of the biggest political commentators. Oh, I'm like, yes, good. Let the Rat King reign, please. It's like 90% of women are now voting for AOC for president. Like, there's women out there who are like generally, you know, they've been raised in conservative households and maybe they have some internalized misogyny and whatever. But it doesn't matter what kind of woman you are. You see Asmongold, you are disgusted. You see Tech Toad, you are disgusted. So I want these guys to be elevated, honestly. Does it upset you that Tech Toad is getting twice your viewers after talking politics for 5 minutes because you're Tech Toad is his audience, I don't know if you know this, but it's not very active, if you get my meaning. It's not very active, if you get my meaning.
He doesn't even use tap water to rinse his mouth after brushing his teeth. Luke Belmar is beaming.
I'm not rinsing out my mouth with tap water.
He's smiling with his teeth that are untainted by regular plain water. The only taint in his mouth is Tristan. Sometimes Ashton will show himself doing his skincare and hair care routine. Hey, do you want it to grow or not? These two things just canceled each other out. I'm getting mixed signals. He just Rogained.
Chat was like, ayaka. It didn't matter what they were doing. They could be picking mint and berry. They would post it over and over again.
In case you guys don't know, there's low-end view bots, and then there's high-end view bots. The low-end view bots cost much cheaper than the high-end. So what the low-end view bots do is they go into your stream, they sit there, and they do nothing. The high-end view bots go into your chat, they sit there, they use an algorithm to detect what other people are saying or what other emotes that you're using, and then they copy those to fit in with the chat. One person types Kappa, everybody types Kappa. One person says true based, everybody types true based. Yeah, I've noticed a couple times in some chats where someone would say the exact same sentence as me within seconds of posting it. Yeah, 100%. So you've noticed that. You'll type one sentence, the bot will take it and post it. Yeah, I've noticed a couple times in chat where someone would say the exact same sentence as me within seconds of posting it. I will let you guys have your fun.
Tech Toad has spent a lot of time studying bots. For the good guys, though, he's very honest. He's a very honest streamer. I mean, I've had more subs than him for like years at this point. But, yeah.
And then Ro lost. He also uses Sensodyne toothpaste, and there's nothing wrong with that. I just feel like maybe his teeth would be less sensitive if he didn't.
I gotta tell you, chat, I don't know how any bots worked because I've never looked into any botting programs or botting systems, not even once, because I always thought that that was dangerous and stupid, and I don't want to have fake community members, and I'm cheap as fuck. I would never want to I don't think that shit would work anyway. It's just like a narcissism thing where you're like, my number is higher. I think it's when I first came on Twitch, I want to say it was like there was a YouTuber that was like making Let's Plays, and he had like a stream. He would like stream once or twice a week. And I think I came on came on Twitch for the first time to watch one of his live streams. That's when I started my account. Nevertheless, I found out that there were a lot of people on Twitch that would just bot the shit out of their fucking streams. and everybody knew about them, but nobody would watch them because they didn't care that they were high on the viewership list. They just were shit content creators. I like how Mike doesn't realize all his viewers are me on different accounts. Thank you, sir.
And constantly expose them to iced water. After Ashton is done waking up in the mornings, he usually goes onto his balcony to drink more water. My favorite part of this is when he squats after finishing his push-ups to drink more water, because the wind moves his pant legs around, but when I first saw it, I just thought his legs were shaking.
Yep, just finished doing push-ups for 16 minutes straight.
That is actually literally gonna make my legs hurt tomorrow. One of the weird things about Ashton's content is how his wife is included in it. Actually, it doesn't even feel right to use the word included because she's not included. It's just her hands. She doesn't have a name or a face. She's literally just a pair of hands. Usually when other people show up in his videos, they're actually shown. But not her. She's just here to serve. She brings him water to dip his face in, obviously. She serves him his meals, and he doesn't even look at her.
Thank you.
Why does he need someone to bring him food anyway? He's been awake for 5 hours at this point, and he couldn't find time to scramble an egg. He could have just done it here when he stood in place for 4 minutes straight. He could have just stood in front of an oven instead, or a stove. I mean, can you cook eggs in an oven? I don't know. My wife makes them for me. His wife's hands also pick up his messes. They clean up after him. She cuts up his bananas so he doesn't have to eat them the gay way. She even has to dress him sometimes. The way these are filmed makes it seem like he is a knight preparing for some kind of jousting tournament, and she's a squire. She's just there.
Is this a purse? Is that a purse?
Chain, sire. I am but a lowly street urchin, and it is my greatest honor to place this adornment upon your regal nape. Break a leg, break both, I fucking hate you.
And this is definitely intentional. He definitely wants to come across as if he is basically royalty, with people escorting him places and carrying his stuff for him. He even has his wife draw him a bath.
That's so fucking early, dude. That's so fucking early for a bath. 5:31? Like, it's not even dark outside. Why is it so dark in his bathroom?
Hey.
Also, the dinner is... He ate it in 10 minutes? Holy shit! It's like watching my Labrador Retriever with their dinner. Fucking gump. Holy shit! You know when if you have any experience with Labrador Retrievers, a Labrador Retriever they get this look in their eye when it's time to eat, and they're just like, they're locked in, and they're just like, gone. Whatever the food is, it's just gone. It's just gone.
And it works. He definitely comes across that way. He does seem like he's royalty.
My Bull Mastiff and Pitbull Lab mix take more time eating, Mike? Yeah, it's probably true.
Because he's a little princess. Ashton is also a self-acclaimed fitness coach, so he shows us a lot of his workout routines.
Eating your dinner alone, far away from your family and friends, or any loved ones. Oh! Speaking of royalty, what do we have? Vio's looking at me like I regret my life right now. Wow, where'd you get this? We have a croissant. Look at this, chat. Look at that. And You made me a tea. A nice try. Thank you. VO deserves the world. So true. Thanks, VO. Unasked for. One of the things I think that a healthy relationship has is that people find their niche within the relationship, and you kind of, what somebody's really, really interested in and passionate about, you know, they should have the reins in the relationship on that. So, you know, I honestly just eat whatever I'm given.
And I say self-acclaimed because literally anyone can say they're a fitness coach. You don't have to have any kind of certification to say that. You also don't need any kind of certification to have an app where you sell fitness courses for $20 a month or $90 a year. You can just do that. Fitness coach? Yeah, he's fitness coach into the back of his car. The production quality of his running videos is insane.
Hold on, chat. Let me get my wallet out. I want to be this guy. Just be up. So it is a purse.
They have 2 camera rigs set up in 2 different cars so they can drive on either side of him and film him running in super high def. They've got him in slow motion, he's covered in sweat by the end, and you would be too if you ran for less than 10 minutes. Less than 10 minutes. He doesn't even run for 10 minutes. He starts running at 7:27, and by 7:36, according to him, he's done running. He's done standing, too. He's in the air. He already did 4 minutes of that this morning. He doesn't need to do any more. He spent more time prepping and traveling to this location than he did running at this location. He could have just run down the stairs at his building instead of taking the elevator and saved himself like an hour and a half. Does that even count as a workout at that point? This is more like fleeing. He just briefly fled. He also tends to make a lot of noise during these intense runs. Wait, what's he saying? Guys, he's saying ice. Guys, he's scared of the ice water. That's why he's running away. His teeth can't take it anymore. Oh my god. The hands must be controlling him. They're making him do this. She's not serving him. She's serving torturous villain, baddie, bitch, pussy, slay, mother, cunt. The only reason guys like this are able to maintain these routines or waste time talking about what kind of bottled water is best
Fiji? No.
is because they're already rich. They didn't get rich because of these routines. They have these routines because they are rich. They have someone doing their chores for them. They have someone taking their car to get their oil changed. They don't do regular people stuff. They're bored. They've got to do something. Just make sure you're not comparing yourself and the things you're doing to these optimized alphas or anyone online who seems like they have a productively maximized routine. Because first of all, there's no such thing as a perfect routine. We have butt cheeks. It's not that serious. And second of all, they're easy to fake. Even I could fake the perfect routine if I just took everything I've learned from Ashton and Luke today and combined them. And I'm gonna do that. Right now.
She's so good, man. Oh god. Oh no. Oh, the bangs. She dunked the bangs. Ow.
call it there, guys. Thank you for subscribing, and if you are still here, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you clicking on my video out of all the videos that are on here, and I'll see you next time. Okay, bye.
We love Chat here. Thank you, Chat. Make sure you subscribe, like, do all the things. Watch it in your own time. Send it to your friends. Fuck, that was good. Did you cover Israel bombing the fuck out of a civilian airport and civilian aircraft in Yemen? There's no way they could do that without being basically approved by Saudi Arabia and US. Amazing. All right, chat. It's time for us to continue covering the apparently AB. I don't even notice this. Like, I gotta be honest, I don't even notice what Ethan Klein talks about me or AB. I do notice what Asmongold talks about me. At least Asmongold has some fans. But when AB and Ethan talk about me, I don't even notice. I legitimately don't notice. Somebody has to tell me. At least Asmongold has some shooters, right? Like, legitimately, you could tell the difference. Ethan, like, leaving aside everything, Ethan Klein is toast. Like, he's toast. His community is just falling off. Slow motion.
Palestinians cannot be reasonable. Stop giving the opposition ammo. And then I linked my actual video to show what I actually said.
I showed what you said in that video. I played the video in my response to you. I already showed it at the beginning. How dare you lie and say that I did not show what you said? I did. You were just a fucking liar.
This dude was saying, you know, really nasty shit. The fucking paycheck, AB? Fucking pussy. People are trying to...
That's not nasty.
By the way, calling Anthony Milhouse, that's a derisive nickname that Ethan Klein came up with. Like, you don't get to pretend to be above it all and then also call him Milhouse. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, man?
Shit, that's not Nazi at all. You do Zionist propaganda for a paycheck. That's just blatantly true. That's what you do. Your job is to sit there in silence as Ethan Klein reads off the Zionist propaganda, like the Israeli propaganda articles that your job is to send him. You're the researcher, right? That's what you do.
Frame it like he's saying he's going to R-word my mom and sister. That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying. He's being an asshole, but I don't need that extreme. I don't need that. I don't need you guys to be that extreme. Yes, he said something like, the translation is something like, fuck your sister, fuck your mom, whatever. By the way, Milhouse, if you're watching, someone was in my chat and wanted us to talk and said, give him some grace. He's going through something with his mom. I said, I don't know what's going on with his mom, but I'll pray for her. I wish her well.
Wow, you're so special. Why don't you address the substance?
I'm pretty sure they call him Milhouse because Ethan says he has a big nose. Oh, so it's anti-Arab racism. They're trying to make fun of the parts of his body that they think are stereotypically Arab. Oh, okay. So they're just doing more anti-Arab racism. Gotcha. I will debate Ethan in person when he can't have a laptop. And he doesn't have to have a crew, just me and him in person. Me and him in person, no crew, no bodyguards, just me and him in a room. Mano a mano. He doesn't get to have Chat GPT and his 8 fucking crew swarming around him. So no videos teed up for you that you listen to for minutes on end, huh?
substance of the criticism. You notice this is the diversion tactic, right?
Exactly.
He tries to turn it around to look, I'm so nice to this guy. He was so mean to me, but I'm so nice to him. You see the comparison between us? He's this barbarian, confrontational Arab, not like me, the subservient, nice Arab. And he uses this as an excuse to avoid the actual criticism, which is you are paid to enable Zionist propaganda. In fact, you're paid to do Zionist propaganda, given that you feed it to Ethan yourself. That was the criticism. That some insult is thrown in after that doesn't change anything meaningfully. You avoid the criticism explicitly by framing yourself as the rational.
Someone put out a video lying saying that you threatened H3. Huh? Oh, the carrot and the stick thing. Yeah, no, I never threatened Ethan.
Good Arab who conforms to Zionist standards of what an Arab should be.
Did you see that Ethan sexually harassed AB's mom in front of him?
Talking about
what's weird about love?
Being breastfed by my mother.
There's nobody else that's partaken in your mother's breast milk that loves you the way that I do, and that is a special. What? What do you keep pointing to me?
I'm because you're just smiling. You're so happy.
Yeah, I'm happy thinking about it.
Yeah.
It's a good positive memory.
What did it taste like? I never tried it.
Sweet, salty.
Salty. I love how you can take a compliment battle and turn it into sucking on my mom's tits.
AB posted a Mother's Day picture of us. The comments were, I didn't quite understand.
I can help you. I'd love to help you, actually.
All right.
I've actually dreamed of helping you.
That's wonderful. There were some comments I didn't understand.
Ethan was right.
What was Ethan right about?
There was some MILF comments, maybe some breastfeeding comments, something along those lines.
There was a lot of breastfeeding comments.
Yeah, that must. Okay.
I wonder why.
Somebody said auga. Who would say that?
I wonder.
Well, that's just flattering. Auga is that's flattering, right? It's not like.
Yeah.
I won't speak on your bosoms. I'm
sorry.
My
God. Okay.
I know. I'm so. I'm deeply apologetic.
I mean, like, I don't know about you, chat, but if a friend of mine talked like that, even in private, I would like say, hey, man, don't talk to my mom like that. Ever. But to do it in front of millions of people just humiliating you and like sexually harassing your mom and then just kind of sinking in your chair, like, this is like, listen, there's really nothing more I could ever say. You know, let's just reflect on this. Let's just reflect on this. This is AB. I almost, you know what? I feel bad for AB, dude. Like, for the longest time, I didn't feel bad for him because it's like he's being paid, you know, some amount of money. I don't even know how much he's being paid, to be honest with you. I assumed he's getting paid a lot, but he's probably not. After I saw that clip, I think he's not being paid very much. I don't think he's being paid very much. There's nothing that I could do or say to AB at this point that is more humiliating than the life he leads every single day.
What that fundamental disagreement is, which is him enabling genocide for a paycheck.
You're getting too high off the snark cloud, okay? I'm telling you that.
I'm sorry, but the white person did way more than, like, he spoke out way more than AB.
Yes.
So the white person he's talking about is Mike.
So what?
Yes. You notice how AB puts like he has a fixation with putting up what he believes to be unflattering pictures of people when they're being talked about. This is him editing this in here. You can tell because it's covering his webcam. So he put this on the screen himself. AB Ayad, someone who had such terrible body image issues that he literally got cosmetic surgery to remove his Arab facial features.
This is one of the things that Destiny's community likes to do is they try to find unflattering pictures of people that are unrepresentative of how they look to try to attack them, you know. And it's like Destiny, Asmongold, Tectone, these are ugly motherfuckers. Like, what are you talking about? Like, where did these communities are full of, have you seen like Destiny meetups? Like In fact, I think it's actually a meme in Destiny's community to delete meetup photos. Like they delete meetup photos because they don't want people to see it.
To do this to other people.
Is Mike from PA. And let's watch it. Okay, here, I'll explain. The problem is the fact that what we were arguing about was him speaking on behalf of my people. As I said, criticize me whenever you want. But when the specific argument is this white dude telling me how Arabs feel about me and speaking on behalf of Arabs is not.
He can make that assessment based off empirical facts, based off the literal tens of thousands of people, Arabs, many of them, calling you out for this shit.
Not okay. And then Milhouse jumped in and felt like he was going to be the Arab to co-sign that, and that was the.
There's no fucking problem there. What they're saying is factually correct. Both of them are correct. Doesn't matter if they're Arab, white, black, yellow, green. What they're saying about you is right. That's the issue.
Like, here's a DGG canvassing event. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, this is a DGG community night. All right. Now, listen. I'm not here to make fun of any individual guy here, right? I'm not here to make fun of like any individual DGGer, right? But these are the people that are trying to call other people ugly online. These are the people that go into Frogan's replies and like, you know, post Photoshop pictures. You know, like this is the DGG community meetup. And here's the thing about that. The few women that went there were sexually harassed. And it became a major scandal in Destiny's community. That the few females that went got so sexually harassed that it became a problem. There was a conversation between Jacob, Loaderbox, Not So Erudite, and Destiny on the complaints raised by some women in the canvassing event about being constantly hit on by the guys participating in it and not being able to just exist without being approached by them, which can cause them to potentially not participate in future events. Destiny, by the way, and what was Destiny's position? Destiny's position was like, listen, if it's going to be male bias, you just have to take it. So these are the people, just keep this in mind. Just keep this in mind. We see you fuckers. You know what I mean? Like, we know who you guys are. Like, look at you fuckers. Like, come on, man. Like, what are you doing?
Contest the facts, you fucking little baby.
Problem. Yeah, I'm glad that Mike from PA speaks about Palestine. God bless him. I thought he was a cool guy first. That's why I defended him. Every encounter we had.
By the way, I am a cool guy. I am a cool guy. I also defended you, but then your boss started doing propaganda for the genocide. Do you think I wanted to call you out? Do you think I want to fight with people? Do you think that's what my goal is in life? My goal is, hey, can you have a conversation with Ethan that he's becoming a fucking puppet for lolcow right-wing streamers and a Destiny, and he's becoming a Israeli propagandist during a genocide? Hey, could you maybe speak up and do something about it? I don't really remember him ever defending me. I actually pretty sure that you helped promote the Destiny Operation Research shit that they push.
So you thought he was a cool guy until he started criticizing you for sitting there and co-signing Zionist genocide 3 or 4 times a week on the H3 podcast.
He was nice. He was asking about my family. I was like, oh, this guy's awesome. But then I found out later on he doesn't care. It's just about trying to use me to hurt people around me. Trying to please everyone. But when you try to please...
Who are the people around you? Ethan Klein, Zionist genocide propagandist. Hila Klein, Zionist genocide propagandist. If someone is using you to hurt those people, good! Good! They fucking spread Zionist propaganda during a Zionist genocide. You guys are always like, oh no, these people are supposedly harassing me. Oh, they're harassing me by talking about the things that I factually say and do to support genocide. If you feel harassed or bad or whatever because me or any other plethora of people are calling you out for spreading Zionist genocide propaganda, that's fucking good. Good. Zionists should feel bad. Zionism is a political ideology, an innately genocidal political ideology, an innately racist political ideology. Zionists are bad people. Zionists are fundamentally terrible people. And the only way to stop them from carrying out their racist and genocidal goals is by doing things like this. Just like how Nazism was made largely unacceptable, we need to do that with Zionism. You're not helping with that, are you, though? Because you sit there next to a Zionist, enabling him and helping him spread Israeli propaganda day in, day out for a paycheck.
Please everyone, you end up pleasing no one, bro.
Who am I pleasing? Habibi, who am I pleasing?
Your job is literally to please Ethan Klein. You have been your entire life, your entire adult life, a sycophant for Ethan Klein. You started out by making videos trying to please him. He saw those videos and he was like, yeah, this guy is totally fucking in love with me. I'm going to hire him. And ever since then, he's been paying you. Literally.
Wait, is that true? Is AB just like a super fan? Like, wait. Was he groomed by Ethan Klein? He always throws the I defended you by doing the most minimal stuff and let the most serious smears pass like a clown. And then when you criticize his role in his liberal Zionist cog machine, he pulls out the I defended you and I'm better than you. You forced me to do this excuse to officially join the smear. Yeah, he does that for everyone, including Frokin. So wait, his entire life is being an Ethan sycophant. His entire life is an Ethan Klein super fan. My heart just dropped, dude. My heart just dropped. That is the most pathetic life I could ever imagine in my entire life. There's nothing that's more pathetic than that. That's actually, you have one life you live on this planet. One time riding this ride. And to make your life a Ethan Klein sycophant super fan. Sidekick of a sidekick. All the crew are hired super fans?
To please him. That's your fucking job.
I'm pissing off everyone. You go through my comments, you'll see terrorist sympathizer.
Everyone except the people paying you.
You'll see you work for a Zionist. You'll see Zionist. You'll see traitor. You'll see why you still defend Frogan. I am pissing off everyone because I'm staying true to myself and what I believe.
If you're staying true to yourself and what you believe, then what you believe is Zionism.
I'm trying to keep everyone happy.
Oh, you know what
Don't you think it'd be a lot easier just to pick an audience and just stick with it? Don't you think it would just be easier to just sit there and let people talk shit about Frogan and not try to defend her?
While keeping the pro-Palestinian audience happy?
Don't fucking do that. Your boss harasses her every fucking week, man. He has entire episodes about her still. Fucking pretending to defend her. If you were defending her, if you were defending Palestine, you would have quit like 2 fucking years ago, man.
I'm not going to be able to do that. Something's got to give. At some point, when it's...
And again, if this is not directed just towards Millhouse. This is everyone. If you truly believe that my workplace is spreading harmful views, isn't it better for the cause if I'm there to push back at all? Even if it's not up to par with what you guys want, even if it's not enough. Isn't it good to
You don't push back. You don't push back fucking at all. Let me show you more moments, aside from the one that I showed at the beginning of the fucking Arabs moment, where he didn't say anything then. So here is Ethan Klein stating that the Palestinians are responsible for the IDF bombing hospitals because they have Hamas command centers underneath. This is a made-up genocidal talking point straight from the IDF, which they use to justify bombing hospitals and trying to physically genocide Palestinians.
But people who pretend that Hamas is anything but a fucking barbaric terrorist group that intentionally kills its own people for political gain is lying to themselves, dude. Holy shit. They literally put fucking command centers under hospitals. That's not even debated.
AB says nothing.
Gonna help end the war, not fucking keeping hostages and underground and like sending, just continuing to provoke Israel to attack them and putting fucking like military complexes under hospitals. You know.
The only time he brings up Gazans is when they are someone he can spin in a pro-Israel direction.
Hamas's design from the beginning is to get as many people killed as possible.
Ethan Klein.
Olivia was 18, old fan when Ethan groomed her. Love was also 18 when Ethan noticed him. Does Ethan just hire 18-year-old fans? No worries, Joseph. You're a good guy. AB wasn't there, but he did justify it to you on Twitter afterwards. Supporting BADEMPANADA is an odd move? What do you mean? I 100% support BADEMPANADA. What do you mean? What is odd about supporting one of the best online content creators on the left, and one of the most necessary people on the left? And everyone should subscribe. In fact, if you're not subscribed to BADEMPANADA, I wonder if you're even a fan of mine, to be honest with you. Like, I don't agree with him on everything, but if you're not subscribed to BADEMPANADA, what are you even doing? Wasn't Olivia a huge Hassan fan? I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, it literally doesn't matter if they used to be a fan. That shit doesn't fucking matter, guys. What matters is what you do. When you are put to the test, that's what matters. Do you know what people who are Nazis said? They said, I was just following orders. What did you expect me to do? There's a genocide going on right now, and you're going to accept somebody who lives 9,000 miles away in comfort and wealth and privilege saying, I'm just following orders from who? Ethan?
Blames Palestinians for their own genocide. AB says nothing. You don't push back. You don't do anything. You're paid specifically not to. That's why you don't. You are parasocially tied to this man.
I understand what you were trying to say, but what you wrote was incredibly stupid. You wrote it in an incredibly stupid way. You were saying that you should have said Nazis accuse all Jews of being terrorists. That's not what you wrote. Okay, you wrote a very dumb sentence.
Your entire identity is tied to him, and he's turned you into a Zionist whether you realize it or not. Where is your energy for this stuff, AB Ayad?
Love is on a work visa. He literally cannot quit. I feel bad for that guy.
Where is your energy for your boss saying this disgusting genocidal propaganda live on the stream? Why are you pissed off so much more at people just insulting you than you are at your boss for spreading actual harmful pro-genocide propaganda? You have no energy for Ethan fucking Arabs, Klein. You have no energy for Ethan Hamas command centers and the hospitals, Klein. You have no energy for Ethan 40 beheaded babies, Klein. Ethan also said that while AB Ayad said nothing. Let me show you the clip.
Tons of people got killed. Now, I don't know if they were beheaded, okay? And some people really care about that detail. So to me, the 40 babies is enough.
So Ethan Klein spread the 40 beheaded babies hoax. AB Ayad said nothing. Ethan Klein constantly spreads the Hamas mass rape hoax. AB Ayad says nothing. How exactly do you push back? You don't. If you push back, you'd be fucking fired. So give us a fucking break. Having you there is the exact same as not having you there. In fact, having you there is worse because your job as a researcher is to feed Ethan Klein dirt and defamation.
Yeah, I mean, this was always my point. If every time Ethan said some sort of Zionist talking point, if the crew was like, well, no, that's disputed, we disagree, that's not true, there's no evidence of 40 beheaded babies, there was no mass rapes, if there were sexual assaults on October 7th, but there were no evidence of mass rapes. If they put, there is no evidence that the hospitals are being used as command posts, and now Israel just announced they're going to destroy every standing building. So it has nothing. The hospitals were not being attacked because they were command posts. They were being attacked to render Gaza uninhabitable. That's why Amnesty International says it's a genocide. You can't defend what Israel is doing in Gaza and be pro-Palestine. And Ethan Klein does. And like spreading the propaganda that Israel uses to justify what they're doing to Gazans is being supportive of Israel. You're not pro-Palestine if you're doing that.
on his opponents, as well as Zionist talking points to use.
And even if you were, I don't even think Ethan Klein is a liberal Zionist at this point, because even if you were a liberal Zionist, you would say enough is enough. All the leadership of Hamas that ordered October 7th has been killed. At what point are you going to keep raining down terror on the innocent people of Gaza? Hamas, the remainders of Hamas have said, we'll step down from power, we'll give up all the hostages. All you have to do is pledge to withdraw Israeli troops and end the war. That's what has been on the table for months and months and months and months and months. If you are saying anything other than ceasefire now and Israel is a war criminal state and prosecute Netanyahu, then you are doing propaganda for Israel. And Ethan wants to have it both ways. He wants to do a bunch of propaganda for Israel. He wants to spend his time attacking the people of Gaza and then go, oh, I'm pro-Palestine. AB is just like the libs on Fox's The Five, a weak dissenting voice that boosters the overall message. Exactly. True. Is it, Mike, is it true that Israel used a tactical nuke in Yemen? Is there evidence of that? Have people shown, like, have they shown radioactive material? My guess is they probably just used a vacuum fuel bomb. Yeah, that doesn't seem credible, because you could detect nuclear devices based on radioactive signature. Fetterman is more popular with Republicans. You understand that? You understand with that this is the same thing that happened with Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema. The moment they're actually in a race against Republicans, this Republican favorability to go to zero.
Specifically to help him to justify this shit that he's spreading, that if your beliefs are as you claim they are, you know is false.
No chance. Israel needs to maintain strategic ambiguity related to nukes. Why? They're not. International law is not enforced against Israel already. The fact that they illegally proliferated nuclear weapons against international law. I mean, what? Oh, is that the international law we're then going to enforce? Like, they have impunity from any international law already.
The very problem that people have with you is that you don't fucking say anything. You enable this. You get paid for it, which is worse. You're profiting off genocide.
Happy no matter what, unless you start shitting on Hassan every day. But you don't want to do that because you know that Hassan isn't a piece of shit anti-Semite. So down.
And by the way, the only person out of all these people calling me out that has said to leave the crew alone has been Hassan, just for the record.
I love Hassan. I'm not disagreeing with Hassan, but I want you to understand that also many other people have said it, like Frogan, and you guys have been vicious towards her anyway. That's not even true. Like, Frogan has been working to try to protect you guys as you guys trash her and smear her to your audience. She's tried to keep she's tried to be nice. And I think Hassan, the only reason Hassan is saying this is because he doesn't know what you guys are doing. He doesn't want to see it because I think it would hurt his feelings. So he doesn't know what you guys are doing and saying about him because it would hurt his feelings, because you guys are supposed to be friends and supposed to be colleagues. That's why he doesn't know. He's willfully ignorant about what you guys are doing and saying. I'm not, which is why I called you guys out. And like, you guys, you know, your boss wants to destroy Hassan. If your boss got his way, AB, Hassan would be permanently banned from all internet sites. You understand that, right, AB? Hey, AB, you understand, if your boss got his way, Hassan would be banned from all mainstream internet sites. What is your reaction to that? Do you want that to happen? Is your boss a psycho or not? Or is he right? You fucking coward.
Only time I've ever heard Hassan talk about me or Lena, he said to leave us alone, that we're in a tough situation.
You know what I mean? You can't.
What does that mean exactly?
Hassan was defending Ethan for a year while Ethan was attacking him nonstop and just claimed ignorance by willfully ignoring evidence Chatters tried to send him. Yeah, because Hassan doesn't like this shit. He doesn't like the drama stuff, and I don't like it either. Actually, this is one of the things that's so fucking wrong. Is people have said to me like, "Oh, Mike is just drama. Mike is drama streaming these," and it's like, no, I'm not. I'm standing up against these people who are trying to deplatform all of us. I've defended Frogan. I've defended Denims. I've defended Hassan. I have put myself in front of those people to take the brunt of it for years. So, like, the idea that we're doing this for drama, I'm doing this for drama or advantage or something is fucking nonsense. I'm just telling the truth about who these people are, and I'm not sugarcoating it.
Exactly. You're a fucking YouTube public personality. Because you're the crew, you should be left alone. What
the video that got AB hired? Oh, I have to, like, I don't know what I did. Is it? I don't know why this happens. I don't know why this shit pops up when I go on archive. DNS setting? I don't know, man. Whatever. It's fine. I'll try to figure that out.
Kind of a weird talking point is that? It's like a rule that you made up. You don't go after the crew. You don't say anything bad about us. Like, where the fuck do you get off saying that? What a weird ass fucking talking point. And fuck Hassan for saying that. That's just such a weird ass fucking thing to say. Yeah, go off.
Okay, by the way, this is where I disagree with BADEMPANADA. BADEMPANADA doesn't understand the context, or he doesn't care, and I respect that, honestly. But this isn't fuck Hassan. Hassan just has he has a strategy in his career. I don't know how viable it is going to be going forward, because it seems that the right wing of this country is dead set on treating him with bad faith in every way they can, and lying on him and taking shit out of context, and no longer want to engage with him at all. They just see him as an enemy to be defeated, and they no longer see him as like a source of clout. Like, there's been a shift where right wingers are and Zionists are just, you know, dedicated to defeating the left in this country. They're no longer interested in, like, you know, playing around with being progressive or whatever. They feel they're, you know, they feel strong with Trump being reelected, and they want to go for ultimate victory. That's really what's happening here. So I don't know how viable the I'm going to be super charitable to everyone stance is going to be going forward. Like, everybody has gone mask off. I've gone mask off. Everybody else has gone mask off.
After the crew. That just as part and parcel of this as Ethan is. What are you doing? You're just following orders with the genocide propaganda? Like, give me a fucking break. What the hell kind of a talking point is that?
Sit on 9 hours a week on a Hasbara Zionist podcast, and then a couple hours on your solo streaming like, I'm pro Palestine because I reacted to a Palestine video on my stream.
It's almost as if I'm trying to do what I can with what's in my control. My stream.
Everything here is in your control. Everything here is in your control. You choose to work for these people. You choose to enable their Zionism. You choose to feed them Zionist talking points. You choose to help defame pro-Palestine people as fucking literal child sex criminals.
My social media accounts, I've been posting about Palestine nonstop. That is what I own.
You are on the podcast. No one forces you to be there.
I don't know if you guys know that.
Saying free Palestine when the number one work product you do is spreading propaganda to kill Palestinians, you're not balancing things out, man. Yeah, I see that, Bucks.
You're acting like you're working in you're a working class man working in a mine or something with no choice but to do so. No, you're not. No, you're fucking not. You're being paid minimum multiple six figures. I would say, given my knowledge of how much YouTube channels make, he's probably making at least 300 to 400,000 a year off this, and then he's also making more from his other social media, which is also obviously monetized. You know, he's got his second channel here. On his second channel, you know, he frequently gets like 50,000 views, 80,000 views, like his own personal. Sorry, this isn't his second channel; it's his own personal channel. But basically, if he just to give you an example, if he chose to quit the podcast, which he could easily do, and he just made videos on his second channel, which got, let's say he made 5 videos a week, and each of them got an average of 50,000 views, which I would say is realistic given the views that he tends to get on his videos here. From there, he would make around $1,500 to $2,000 per week ads alone, not even counting Patreon or anything else like that. That is how much you get from this sort of stuff. So he's going to claim here, like, what are you going to do? I've got to put food on the table. What are you talking about? You're talking like you're a fucking working class guy with no choice but to work some shitty job. No, you work for like a podcast in Los Angeles. You make like 98 percentile income off this. And as a result of your participation in this podcast, you also have your own personal social media profile, which you could easily leverage to quit. And even if you didn't, it's not fucking...
There's no way he's getting paid that much. Ethan Klein, if he's making more than 6 figures from Ethan Klein, I'd be surprised. Same thing with Dan. I don't think they're making 6 figures. I don't think they're making 6 figures. Ethan Klein just doesn't strike me as a type of guy who pays his crew a lot of money. I mean, the fact that he was so cheap with his house cleaner needing like fucking hernia surgery and he fired her, I feel like he's not paying this guy 6 figures. I'm sure he's paying him enough, like more than he could make like at McDonald's or something, right? Maybe Dan? I don't think so. Again, Dan doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who negotiates very hard. I don't think any of them are making more than 100K. I don't think any of them are making over 100K. I think combined he and Lena make around 300K. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. No, I don't think so. My guess is she's probably making something like 60K and AB's making somewhere around like 80 or 90K. So like it's enough money that combined they have like a decent income and they wouldn't want to lose that. But I doubt they're making more than 6 figures. I mean, they could prove me wrong by showing. You know, they could prove me wrong by showing, but we'll see.
Fucking moral to do Zionist propaganda for a paycheck, to do genocide propaganda for a paycheck, even if you would have difficulties if you did quit. That's a fucking...
Passion. You say this fucking this, that. It's like so obvious.
Can you imagine if someone said effing Jewish people did some horrible thing? That would be like... Incredible.
So I knew in the moment you were using it as saying like obviously what I'm saying is the Arabs.
But he didn't say that. He was given a chance to clarify. This is what AB's there for.
But that being said, I knew in that moment that it was going to get clipped.
It didn't even occur to me.
Why? Well, that's why you have to regulate your anger in moments like that.
There's literally nothing I can do.
I kind of agree with you just because I know you, and I think you're right that there's nothing you can do.
This is what Dan and AB are there for, guys. This is what Dan and AB are there for. Babying this man, treating him like a child, and covering up for his fucking evil shit. And trying to make it palatable to people. That's exactly what they exist there for. To prevent and help Ethan Klein do his Zionist propaganda and make it as palatable as possible.
It's still, I think it's a valid criticism, though, that when talking about something that sensitive, that keeping your emotions in check and just speaking.
If they are not earning at least 100K, they're morons. The Kleins are multimillionaires and their show would collapse without the crew. They've been grooming these people since they were 18. Like, these people have never stood up to the Kleins in their life, and they never will. Okay? Like, they're not making good money. All right? They just aren't. And if I'm wrong about that, they could prove me wrong. But I don't think they are. Based on the way they act, which is very, like, scared and flighty, they don't strike me as people that have a lot of money saved. You know? They're not in a profit-sharing situation. You know? Like, no. They strike me as people that are, you know, scared.
And calmly and clearly without,
to be honest with you,
using that kind of language. Because it is going to get clipped like that.
This
He's
was
right.
5 hours of intense.
No, I get it.
Intense
I get it.
Conversation. Like the fact that there's...
You starting rumors, though, is bad faith, Mike. They could be making more than 100K. And if they don't, that doesn't matter. Why are we speculating so much? Because, first of all, I'm not starting rumors. I'm using logic and making an inference. and saying that I don't know how much they make, but they strike me based on their behavior as not making very much money. Can someone link me the profit sharing conversation? If you guys could find that, because Hassan was talking about how he does profit sharing on his podcast, where all the producers own part of the podcast. So like everybody at the podcast owns a piece of the podcast. And like they were like, yeah, we should do that. And Ethan Klein kind of shit on it. You guys remember what that it's Leftovers episode 2. Can you link it to me? Like link me right to it. This whole episode is insane. Hila came in to do a live dressing down of Ethan's performance. Can I just say that I am so happy? I'm like, the reason why Ethan Klein and these people hate me so much is because when I speak on them, I hit them where it hurts. And when they try to speak on me, it's comically funny to me. So at no point have they ever been able to really lay a glove on me. But every time like me and BADEMPANADA speak about them, they're very hurt. So I just want to say, like, I love the tattoo, Ethan. You are living the great life. You're very happy. You're awesome. Everyone loves you. Keep it up, buddy. You're winning this. You're winning this fight against Hassan. Hassan is just about to be taken down. Your new allies, Keemstar, Asmongold, Tectone, Sam Hyde. You guys are all gonna. It's gonna work. You guys are very cool. Yeah, hating Sam Cedar, hating AOC, hating Bernie Sanders. Those are your enemies. Your allies are Donald Trump. The sex offender crew that you're surrounding yourself with of Destiny, Tectone, Donald Trump. Sam Cedar is now Hamas. Sounds like you're winning.
Is a moment clippable? I mean, kind of understandable.
But like if Hassan said the fucking Jews, there's no way you would have dropped that.
Yeah, because it doesn't make. First of all, that's when. In what context does that make sense?
There was a planned. Now it's not the Jewish people, but there were Zionist forces in Israel that did the Operation Dalit, which was a planned ethnic cleansing which kicked off the 1948 Arab-Israeli War. It was a response to Israel launching attacks on the Palestinian Arab population and displacing them, 750,000 of them forced from their homes via force and threat of force. Okay? Now, if somebody said the effing Jews did it, that you would rightfully call that an anti-Semitic statement. Just as when you said the fucking Arabs did it, that was a fucking anti-Arab racist statement, you dumb, wide-eyed freak.
Well, if he was, I don't know, whatever.
The Arabs is a collection of a bunch of nations.
Yes, he went on Destiny's sub yesterday too. Browsing Sex Pestity's sub. Guys, it's a conspiracy theory. I have nothing to do with Destiny. Immediately proves that he uses Destiny's community for his research. So is there really any point? Calling the Arabs a collection of nations is crazy. I mean, we're not even going to get into like deep analysis. Bro, Tectone is crying.
I don't really know how to feel about it. I obviously feel awful.
I think the women that your dad sexually assaulted should be crying. I don't think you should be crying. You know, you're arguing in favor of using your dad's service to try to silence people and remove their First Amendment rights, you fucking rat. And your father is a sex criminal, and you try to use his service as some sort of shield for your own takes. Fuck you. Cry more. Crocodile tears ass bitch.
So
yes, Dan Saltzman is more bad faith than Destiny, which is actually incredible. Like Dan Saltzman is more bad faith than Destiny, like which is hard to believe. Like 1 out of 100 takes, Destiny will have a good take. I've never seen Dan Saltzman say anything. Like Dan Saltzman had one of the most anti-Semitic things I've ever seen, where he said that the Holocaust was like natural selection for Jews. This is Dan Saltzman. Dan Saltzman said that. Like, that is fucking crazy. That is like the most anti-Semitic shit I've ever heard in my life.
Suppose due to this all being resurfaced by Hassan, I suppose I will no longer be interacting with my father in any way, shape, or form on my stream.
Your father is a sex criminal and you're accused of sex crimes as well by your exes? Like, you're crying because your father's sex crimes were exposed because you tried to use him as a shield, going, my dad is a veteran. My dad is a veteran who fought for the right to censor people who don't support the Israeli genocide, you fucking rat fuck. By the way, Tectone, just so you know, chat, he doesn't know anything. Tectone doesn't know anything about politics. It doesn't care. He's literally a nihilistic piece of shit who's just trying to get views. This is the worst part of the internet in 2025, is that the content slop people have been pointed at the left to try to attack it for clout reasons, because Hassan has so much clout. Now these slop guys are trying to like do the, you know, the hater clout. They're trying to get hater clout off of it. The problem with that strategy is, like, for people like Tectone, he's not good at streaming. He's not an entertaining streamer. He's not an intelligent streamer. You know, he could get promoted by Asmongold every fucking day for the rest of time, and it's not going to make a goddamn difference because he sucks at streaming. He's not entertaining. He's not good at this.
Or my content. The past 24 hours.
All right, sorry, we got to watch this from the beginning.
I don't really know how to feel about it. I obviously feel awful. And so I suppose due to this all being resurfaced by Hassan, I suppose I will no longer be interacting with my father in any way, shape, or form on my stream or my content.
This fucker thinks that we just got started, man. We just got started. Man, the stories I've heard about Tectone that I would love to tell you guys, the conversations I've had, the stories I know about Tectone. I wish. The only reason I'm not telling you is because I take all pledges of confidence very, very seriously. God damn, dude. I wish I could go off right now. I wish I could go off right now, but I'm holding true to my pledge of confidence. That sucks.
The past 24 hours have been very shocking.
What are you shocked about? You talked about you knew your father was a criminal.
Your father went to jail for the same rape shit. Oh, really? Wait, tell me more, man. Tell me more. What else?
And the funny thing is like this Tectone shit, it's not like we picked this guy out of the ether to make fun of. It's in the congressional record. Stop military rape at mail.house.gov. Colonel Robertson, that's your father. And listen, we didn't pick Tectone out of the ether. He tried to anti-Hassan bandwagon and make it with the Lolicon VTube right-winger guy. You brought your dad in there as a shield for trying to argue for censorship. We're just getting started, Tectone.
Tectone's dad talking about you? Can't make this shit up?
He doesn't know the context.
What did he say? What did Colonel Iron Mike
Are we
say?
bad people for thinking this shit's mad funny? Like,
No, this shit's hilarious.
Fuck Hassan.
Okay, guys. All right, guys. Hey,
Hassan a bitch?
It's been a great stream, boys.
Bro, what the fuck? Bro, why are all my haters like this? What is going on, bro? What?
It's the same thing with me. Like, I don't know why, but like, I guess my aura is like pure white. You know what I mean? My aura is like pure. So like the demons see me. You know what I mean? It's the same thing with Assad. Like the demons see us as like these, you know, these pure divine spirits of goodness. And so they just all start lashing out. And every time I like find out more about my enemies, they're always fucking sex criminals. Whether it was Destiny, whether it's Tectone, Vosh, all these fucking people, they always turn out to be weirdos, sex criminals. They're just nonstop. Why do pedos hate me so much? Because I'm attracted to adult women. You know, like, I don't know. It's very weird. Holy shit. There's good Riz and evil Riz. Most people can't tell the difference. Yeah. Tectone is talking with Diddy Dan right now. Guys, you know what? You know what? I changed my mind. I changed my mind. I'm scared. Guys, you know what? I changed my mind. I'm scared. Tectone and Diddy Dan and the Lolicon VTube right winger dipshit. You know what? I'm scared now. They've got us. They've got us. Diddy Dan, Tectone. They're gonna get us, guys.
Ridiculous justification.
I know you guys want me to be homeless.
What a fucking comical talking point. Like,
well, I mean, see, this is why I don't think they're paid very well, chat. Like, if I stop streaming tomorrow, there would be no chance that I would become homeless. You know what I mean? Because like 6 years of streaming as a relatively successful streamer, more successful now than I was 6 months ago, and more successful 6 months ago than I was the previous 6 months. But you get my point. Like, if I stop streaming tomorrow, I wouldn't be homeless for a very, very, very long time. Okay? I would have plenty of time to land on my feet. So this is why I think like Ethan Klein doesn't pay them very much, and they're kind of broke. They're living hand to mouth, paycheck to paycheck. Because I think Ethan is keeping pretty much all the money. Isn't it bannable to stream with a banned streamer? I don't. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Are they streaming on Twitch right now? Are they streaming on Twitch right now? Okay. Yeah, I mean, if he brings Dan Saltzman onto his actual Twitch stream, then he's gone. Yeah, he's gone. They've been groomed by the Kleins to have no solidarity and to never value their own labor. Yeah, I know. I mean, it's crazy to me. Like, if did anybody ever link Did anybody ever link the video of them talking about profit sharing?
Like, are your options design?
I think we're having like a kind of just like a disconnect, or not a disconnect, but maybe at an impasse on that idea. But what I'll say, I want to give you a specific example because this is interesting to me. Let's just take this workplace as an example because we're all familiar with it.
Mm-hmm.
So I started my career 10 plus years ago, and I was successful by myself with 0 employees.
Yes.
I made a lot of money. I did well for myself. And then, 5 years ago into my career, I made the podcast, which obviously you all are watching now. So let's say we go back to 5 years ago when I hired Dan as a freelance. You started as like a consultant.
Yeah, or a freelancer. Yeah.
And obviously you moved to full time, and I'll get to that.
Yeah.
So he started as like a freelance consultant. So what would be a fair way of compensating him for that?
In your situation, it's like, what is the most like socialist way of doing it?
Okay, so there is no socialist way of doing it because we're talking about like there is no like most socialist way of doing it. There is a principle of trying to value labor accurately, right? Ethan Klein is right that if you start a podcast as a very famous person, you're bringing most of the value there. However, you're starting a podcast that's fresh and new. So should you be compensated for the capital that you put in and the goodwill? Yeah, sure. But you shouldn't create a situation of permanent exploitation where as Dan becomes more and more of an asset to the channel and provides value, he should gain that value and become a part owner. And maybe he's a 10% part owner or whatever, but he's still a part owner because he's putting in his labor in over and over. Maybe you're 90% and it's 10 because you brought all the viewers, you invested all the capital, you're the person most people are trying to see, but he should have a way of building in value that he creates with his labor over time. And he should work to keep that exploitation number to as close to 0 as possible for him. And if he wants to invest back into the show as a co-owner, that's great. But he does so with democratic control that is proportional to the value that he's creating. That's all we're asking for. We're not saying that he gets to have the whole show 50-50. But the point is trying to create a situation where you're not creating labor exploitation. If you're trying to do it from a left-wing perspective. Now, this is capitalism. We're making a firm in capitalism. Inherently, it's going to be somewhat exploitative. And there's no right or wrong answer with the math. We're talking about a philosophy. We're not talking about here's the handbook, and if you don't follow this handbook, you're not doing a socialism. That doesn't exist. Mike, there was an episode where they received $600,000 from unpaid ad fees from a management company. When deciding what to do with the money, the crew wanted to split it amongst the cast, but Ethan shot that down and decided on going on a cheap vacation.
Is that what you're asking?
Well, yeah, because that's what we're talking about, right?
It would be profit
How does the $600,000 have anything to do with cheap vacation? What?
sharing. What that means is
this is
like you need to give me sources for this shit.
Interesting.
So
hold on.
This is interesting. You're right. This is actually the most difficult aspect, in my opinion, of like trying to create the most ethical way of existing under a capitalist organization of the economy while you are also productive and you're doing like an owned and operated media company where you are the product.
So I hired Dan as a consultant.
Yeah.
Just to help us out to get things
and I have hired people as well.
So then I'm profit sharing with him. How much profit am I sharing with him?
So the way I do it, and I think this will be this is instructive for many others as well. The way I do it, like the most ethical way to do it, is basically try to make an assessment. Sure, there's market considerations on the one hand, like what the normal wage would look like, but that is like the minimum. You know what I mean? That is like the minimum. That is the worst possible amount to pay someone in the form of wages, in my opinion.
Okay.
So you have the market considerations on the one side, which I don't necessarily care too much about.
Well, you need to know what the market considerations are because you don't want to have the compensation dip below market value, right? So it's important to know what the market number is as a baseline.
On the other side, you have your productive output, right? Let's say you were making $10 before Dan came on, and now that Dan came on, you're making...
That wouldn't be measurable metric.
No, I know.
Well, it would be. What do you mean? Yes, it would. Yes, it would. Yes, it fucking would. You have the podcast. It's making $20,000 a month. And then the next month after you hire Dan, it makes $22,000. And you can go, okay, having Dan on the podcast made us $2,000 more. What the fuck are you talking about? You could go like, having this assistant has allowed us to make more money. Now you could argue that, well, not all 2,000 of that is attributable to Dan, but you could see the increase that's happened after you hire the employee, and so you have that baseline number of like 2,000 increase as something that you could peel back the layers on and investigate. What the fuck is he talking about?
I completely agree with you.
Yeah,
I know. Which is why I'm saying it's a tricky situation.
It seems almost impossible.
Yeah.
The baby gloves that Hassan gave Ethan Klein is insane.
Well, technically, the other side is also very cruel, but we just like have
that's
normalized.
Not true, because in social democracy, people are fairly compensated. It's not cruel.
This is just like talking to Ethan Klein is kind of childish. Like he's an actual baby brain. And the reason why I say that is, he's just begging the question. Like, in social democracy, people are fairly compensated. That's a logical, circular logic. If you don't have a way of determining what is fair, then you can't say people are fairly compensated. It's circular logic.
Minus genocide propaganda.
And watching BADEMPANADA is embarrassing as fuck. Are you scared? Are you scared of BADEMPANADA? Bro, your name is Living Bread. Uh-oh. 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 Come on. Ah, damn. Damn. You got that right.
Propaganda for 6 figures or be homeless? Are you so fucking unmeritorious that you can't imagine yourself getting any other job?
Listen, again, and I've said this before.
Or like building your own social media profile on your own merit?
Even if you accept your idea of what's going on and where I work, do you guys not understand that I'm not a doctor? I can't just transfer to another hospital? Do you guys understand?
So do you disagree? What's this talking?
I would understand. I mean, like if, for example, like they were bombing places or they were violent or, you know, they were talking about like, you know, let's finish what.
Ach so, warte mal, wir müssen ja dafür sorgen, dass Asmongold, falls er das sieht, dass er sich denkt, ach, guck mal, Kamerad. Hey, Asmongold, in case you hear this, I'm a huge fan. I'm a huge fan. Thank you for your very specific and good political analysis when it comes to German politics. Thanks a lot from Germany. My heart goes out to you.
Hitler started or like some crazy shit. Like, yeah, of course. Like, yeah, they are an extreme party, and this is like basically again a terrorist organization.
Das muss ja auch überzeugend sein, oder?
Notice how nobody ever says why BADEMPANADA is bad. Just even watching BADEMPANADA is crazy. Yeah, that started with Vosh. In case you're wondering where the like BADEMPANADA is crazy came from, that's Vosh. That started with Vosh. So anytime somebody says that, just say Voshite. You watch Vosh. Horsey in the chat. I don't speak German. Is he joking? I don't know. I think he was joking quite a bit, chat. The clip wasn't very illuminating. He was being sarcastic.
Point here. Do you actually disagree with the Zionism of Ethan Klein? But
Hassan calls BADEMPANADA crazy all the time. No, what he does is he says that he gets unhinged, but his content is really good. He doesn't think watching his BADEMPANADA is crazy. He thinks that BADEMPANADA sometimes acts unhinged online, which is true. But he says that BADEMPANADA's produced videos are good. He acts like a troll on Twitter, but his produced videos are very, very good. That's what he says about BADEMPANADA. He says he doesn't always agree with BADEMPANADA's takes on everything. It's called having a nuanced opinion.
Hey guys, so I've just found out via this post on Porsche subreddit that I've been arrested. As you can see, I am extremely arrested right now. I'm so arrested. I've been deprived of my liberty. This is terrible. I've done so many awful things. I can't believe I've been arrested. Finally, my crimes have caught up with me. Damn it, this sucks. Yeah. Sucks being arrested. Hey guys, so I've just found.
Yeah, Vash's subreddit basically was like, he's unhinged, he's dangerous. They made a bunch of fake posts of his.
You think you're forced to work there?
Anyway,
Because there's nothing
BADEMPANADA.
that you're saying that is indicative of that at all. In fact, you're doubling down on smearing, attacking, defaming all the same people that Ethan does, accusing them of what Ethan actually specifically does, doubling down on your Zionist talking points, avoiding the actual reasons why people are criticizing you completely, which is the fact that you receive money to do Zionist propaganda, and you're just defending yourself by saying, well, I need the money from the Zionist propaganda and that makes it okay. No, it fucking doesn't. If you don't think that someone who wrote articles for Der Stürmer in 1935 was justified in doing so because even though they didn't believe it, they made good money from it, then you are not justified in doing the equivalent of that today on the H3 podcast. It's very simple. Like you can't defend this by saying, oh, I make money from it. That you make money from it makes it worse.
And again, I'm not even saying I want to leave my job or anything like that. I'm just saying, do you guys not understand?
Oh, see, so you're not actually saying that. You're not actually saying that at all. Oh, okay. Then why the fuck are you saying this? You clearly don't think you're doing anything wrong, even in spite of the supposed hardship that you would go through if you quit. So why are you even saying this?
Helpful if I'm homeless? Would that help? Would that help the cause? You want me to go stand on Skid Row with the fucking, you only take my Palestinian
You make 6 figures, you fucking moron. You unmeritorious idiot.
flag and say free Palestine? Then I can hold my head high. Then you'll be happy.
You're offsetting that 2-hour stream that you're doing.
You're such a pathetic victim. He started this video by claiming that I play the victim. Look at him play the victim expertly. It's no wonder that you've become such a Zionist. You are such a perfect little Zionist. You play the victim almost as good as Ethan does.
With 9 hours of fucking work for fucking like a Zionist entity at this point, AB. Like, you have to make a choice, my man. You have to make a choice. You can't play both sides.
I've made the choice to stay with people who treat me like a human being. That's my choice. That's what I've decided.
Of the field.
They treat you like a human being? Your bus screeched about the fucking Arabs literally a couple of days ago.
On the fucking genocide. You're not
There was a point where I honestly considered going back home and honestly was like, and nothing to do with the way I was being treated by anyone, but because of all the hate me and Lena have been getting. If you're
getting hate, it's warranted. You are hated for helping spread genocide propaganda. You don't get to play the fucking victim. You do something objectively bad.
Short few months where I considered it. But then as time went on and I seen how unirrational a lot of these people are. And I've seen how they take things out of context. They just want to use me as a chess piece. I'm like, what am I thinking? I'm going to walk away from what I've always wanted, which was to live out here, to be involved in YouTube. I'm going to walk away from my dream for people who are rational, who will, if it's
Your dream is to literally be Ethan Klein's obedient little dog.
So, I mean, like, there you have it, right? Which is like, he's knowingly selling out. And he's going to attack the people that are standing for Palestine because his Zionist boss wants him to. That's it. Like, he's just going to say to all of us, fuck you, I'm going to smear you, I'm going to spread lies about you, I'm going to try to get you deplatformed because why should I be able to live out in LA making, I don't know how much he makes.
Dog.
Not today, tomorrow will drop me like nothing if I'm not 100% in agreement with them. I don't want that. I don't want these people in my audience. I don't want these.
Okay, so you basically said there that working for Ethan Klein gets you personal benefits, it gets you to where you want to be. Thus, you're okay doing Zionist propaganda, and anyone who criticizes you for that, like, you know, whatever, fuck them. All that matters is me personally. All that matters is what benefits me personally. You are a Zionist, both in practice and mentally, because that's Zionist logic par excellence. I don't care that anyone lived here before me. I don't care that I'm taking my house from these other people. I don't care what happens to them. It benefits me personally. It benefits my friends. It benefits people I consider to be of my in-group. That's your logic here. You are a Zionist in every way, shape, and form. And you won't respond to this, just like you didn't respond to my original video. You won't debate me. You're a pathetic little fucking coward, because I am dissecting your every being, and you know it. And I just want to reiterate here, though, obviously it wouldn't justify spreading Zionist propaganda for a paycheck, even if you really did need a job that badly. This guy is sitting on a YouTube channel where, from ads alone, he'll be making something around $120,000 a year. As it is now, not even considering any possible growth in the future if he worked on it more. And that's also not considering stuff like his Twitch and stuff like that as well, where he obviously also makes money. For him to sit here and be like, I have no option but to stay on this podcast. I'm doing it for my family. I'm trying to feed my family. I don't want to be homeless. When he has a sizable social media profile in his own right that he could easily leverage to make money without spreading Zionist propaganda, it's just a fucking joke. He's lying here about that. And again, not that it matters, because it's not okay to spread Zionist propaganda for a paycheck in the first place, even if you do really need the money. But this guy, he doesn't need the money because his role on this podcast.
What does it mean for the economy to collapse rather than a regular recession? Recession just means, just to answer your question, even though it's totally off topic, a recession means negative growth. So let's say that the economy makes $100. A recession would be $99.99 and then $99.98. That would technically be negative growth 2 quarters in a row, therefore recession, right? A collapse is a large decrease all at once. So like if the economy goes down by 5 to 10% in 1 quarter, that would be a collapse.
Has gotten him a substantial following in his own right that he could easily leverage to make money.
People as my friends. Like, I don't know how hard it is to understand that, like, y'all are just not reasonable. And you'll never make progress by being insane. And again, I'm not directing this at...
Well, this is also, by the way, chat, just so you know, this is a Destiny dog whistle, in case you're wondering. Basically, Destiny's position is, see, Hassan and Mike are they're the real problem because they're promising pie in the sky stuff, and therefore people don't want to accept our milquetoast reformism because Mike and Hassan are out there promising big change, and it's impossible to do big change. So by promising that or advocating for big change, you're actually making this the small change that's possible impossible because people don't want to support it and accept it. And so you're actually a bigger problem than the right wing because, centrists look bad compared to the promises that you make, right? That's AB is doing. That is a Destiny talking point 101 right out of the subreddit. I mean, I don't know what else to say at this point. If you're still trying to, sweep for AB, what can you say? Mike, you're not winning any moderates to your side. You're not increasing the Dems 23% approval in any capacity. You're not converting hogs. How are you coping this much as if you have any influence over any tangible change? I literally have converted more people. I have 5,500 people here. And here, just so you understand, the politicians that support me are the most popular with moderates. Bernie Sanders, support with moderates, 51% favorable, 36% unfavorable. 14% favorable with conservatives, only 77% unfavorable with conservatives. Like, you're just objectively wrong. The most popular active politicians in this country is Bernie Sanders. You're just a fucking idiot. The people that are unpopular. Here, I'll show you who's unpopular. The people that are closest to your views. Hold on, let me pull this up. Chuck Schumer, -33. Democratic Party, -35. Gavin Newsom, -15. Pathetic.
The insane pro-Palestinian people, right? If only we were reasonable. If only we abided by the Zionist standards of what constitutes reason. Huh? You know what is reasonable? Ethan Klein twitching on cocaine every stream, ranting about the fucking Arabs. Now that's reasonable. That's your friend. The funny thing is here, this man is not your friend, AB. This man basically groomed you. You were a child and you became enamored with his disgusting toilet humor when you were like, what, 15 years old? You then made videos, positive videos, trying to appeal to him desperately. He then took notice of how you were basically in love with him and hired you specifically for that reason. You have essentially, and I'm saying this without like any sense of irony or anything, this is not a joke. You have been groomed by someone you had a parasocial relationship with into basically being their obedient little dog. That's the position that you're in. You're not in a position of friendship or anything. You're in a position where you're practically a borderline abuse victim. Those
are fake polls, not the... Yeah, I mean, like, when you like look at the actual evidence, the most popular left-wing politician in America is Bernie Sanders by far. And it's not even close. And Bernie Sanders is out there talking about taxing the rich and Medicare for all. And why do you think he's popular? You think he's popular because he's sexy and tall? You think he's popular because he's like, you know, he's making people enraptured with his personality? No, it's because of his fucking takes. And like, honest to God, like, if you're a centrist, why do you argue with that? Like, why don't you argue that Medicare for all is wrong? Why don't you argue that America needs to be intervening in Gaza? Why don't you argue that the United States is better off with like deregulating the, you know, polluting industries? Why don't you make like an actual fucking argument, man? Like, I don't understand why you have to do this like political plausibility shit. Donald Trump is showing you that what you think is politically plausible has nothing to do with what the president can do. Like, what's your even... Why are you such a bitch-made fucking loser?
Basically adopted you and has molded you to his whims, which is pathetic as well because this man himself is a meek, sad, weak little bitch. Like, everything about this is so sad.
Millhouse, this is to everyone.
And then I'm the
calling him Millhouse, this despective name coined by Ethan Klein. Yeah, dude, you're really defending.
And then you only have smoke for me, Millhouse. I'm the fucking problem in this. But you think, was I the first one to fucking call you out?
No, but your opinion was the only one that I actually even cared about. Because you're in Lebanon.
Yeah, you don't care about my opinion. That's why you spent the first half of this video talking about it.
You're a dude who's in the middle of this. So I actually cared about your opinion. I don't care about Mike from PA or any of these other fucking haters.
You don't care about his opinion, you're just discounting it. You're just discounting it.
Empanadas who are off the hinges. I thought from the clips I saw of you, you were being understanding and you were being kind to me, Alina. But again,
no one has any obligation to be kind with you. And nor should they. You helped to spread genocide propaganda. Why should anyone be kind to you given what you're doing? It's so stupid to demand kindness and respect. You don't deserve any of those things until you prove that you deserve them by not spreading Zionist propaganda all day on fucking Ethan's podcast.
Again, I think the snark got to you. Yes, Habibi, you think that I'm afraid of you or like why I was hesitant to talk about you in the first place? Yeah, because I don't want to start with you. I don't like the way that people weaponize Arabs against each other. I don't like it. And
I definitely think that AB is conflicted, but ultimately a man is not going to see what he's paid not to see. AB is paid to have the position of defending Ethan Klein. His entire career depends on Ethan Klein, okay? Like, and I can tell you this right now. If tomorrow Hassan did a right-wing pivot, I would eject from Hassan at a fucking Mach 2, okay? If Hassan suddenly started being right-wing and started attacking Bernie and AOC and started supporting Trump, I would eject from him at the speed of light. Like, I wouldn't give 5 fucking seconds thought to it. If the Hank Pecker arc became permanent, I would be gone. And you can tell that by when I disagree with Sam Cedar, or I disagree with TYT, or I disagree with Editor Mentum, or I disagree. If I disagree with you, I tell you right off the bat. I'm not a bitch-made loser like you are, AB. I stand on my own 2 feet. Now, if people are supportive of me or they agree with me, then I'll happily be on their side, right? But I'm not going to, like, cover up for bad takes.
That's why
you are literally a weaponized Arab. Your fucking role is to sit there and be a token Arab signing off on Ethan Klein's genocide propaganda. You are literally paid to be a weaponized Arab. You are the Yosef Haddad of the H3 podcast.
I defended you also with this most recent thing, me calling you barbaric. No, I was not calling you barbaric. I was defending you. I was defending you against people falsely saying that.
Oh my God, we played the clip. He's just lying.
You wanted to R-word my mom and sister because I don't think that's right. Even if you were talking shit about me and Lena. See, as Arabs, we tend to have a problem with being divisive. It's the reason that Israel's able to even do what it does when it's surrounded by so many Arab countries. Well, that in the back of the United States. But yeah, we really do have a problem being divisive, and I do not want to contribute to that.
Okay, so Israeli genocide is because Arabs are divisive. Israeli genocide is not because Israelis are genocidal, maniacal racists backed by literally the entire Western world, power absolutely overwhelming, that has itself installed these supposedly divisive governments in the Arab countries controlled by them, using their immense power to enable Israel, to enable Zionist genocide. The problem is Arab divisiveness, actually. There's no fucking divisiveness here. It's imperialism to enable genocide. I see your boss has brushed off on you, hasn't he? He blames Arabs for their own genocide. You also blame Arabs for their own genocide.
Even if I disagree with people. And I'll get hate for saying this, but whatever.
Even if a white guy
I'll get hate, whatever. It's not hate. You don't matter. You're not even like enough of your own person to be worthy of hating in your own right. But what you do is damaging. What you do is damaging genocide propaganda. That is why people shit on you for that. As a person, you are so just uninteresting. The only thing about you, the only reason why anyone pays any attention to you is because of the role that you play on a genocide-supporting podcast.
Did we agree?
And that's why I stepped in. I was like, if you're not
sorry, but he's right.
All right, that's fine. But then, please, your whole quarrel with me is that I'm not standing up for my people. Well, this is a literal, specific example of someone going against another Arab. When he's in
Oh my fucking God. I don't think this guy is intelligent enough here. Like, all he can do is say,
let me get this straight. You're going to defend Ethan Klein when he says the effing Arabs did this, which is attacking every Arab of the Middle East and giving them collective responsibility for anti-Semitic incidents against Jews. But when I specifically call you out for your support of that, now somehow that means you're supporting a white man over an Arab if you agree with me? What? What is Ethan Klein?
I was arguing with a white guy. Why didn't you support me against this? In my argument with this white guy, even though what I was saying was objectively disgusting and wrong.
Arguing with a white guy. So, who's going against their people?
Get his ass. That's the thing. I don't want to have beef with him. I know he's going through it. I don't agree. I don't agree with some of the horrible shit, some of the horrific shit he said.
When they say the horrific shit I said, they're talking about me reacting to Israelis running from the Iranian bombing. Again, it was a legitimate response after Israel attacked the Iranian consulate in Syria. No civilians died. There was one civilian that died, unfortunately. We were just having some fun after 7 months of watching babies getting blown up on our phones in Palestine, okay? So
you'll be okay.
Seeing Israelis getting a small taste of their own medicine was a little bit cathartic, AB. So I don't think what I said was that crazy when you look at it in context.
That's good. He's right.
I know I'll be okay. I'm not worried about me. Clearly, I'm not worried about me.
Yeah, you fucking are.
Which is why I tried to defend.
I just want to say that this guy would say that was disgusting is fucking absurd. Obviously, when Israel is conducting a genocide, every single day blowing up babies, proportionate response against that is to bomb Israel.
Absolutely. Wait, I thought I was a good guy for speaking out for Palestine. I was a good guy when I was speaking out for Palestine, but the moment I disagreed with AB, now I'm just a white man. You can't disagree with a white man. Or sorry, you have to disagree with a white man. If there's a person of color and a white man, the white man is always wrong. Now, nobody believes this. Obviously, this is just interpersonal attempt to use rad lib bullshit to try to get an interpersonal advantage and not have to deal with like the argument that's being had, right? And this is what everyone hates, by the way. There isn't anybody who thinks this is a good idea. The only people who think this is a good idea are people that are cynically using it in the moment for their own advantage. But in all other circumstances, they completely don't agree with it. Like, that's why, you know, these rad libs could go like, Bernie Sanders, he's nothing but an old white man. It's problematic to support him and then be, vote Joe Biden, my best president ever. Like, the same people saying Bernie Sanders is problematic for being an old white man are the same people that were supporting Joe Biden, okay? Because they didn't believe in it. They were just using it in the moment to trick naive white liberals. The only people who fall for this are white liberals. White liberals are the people who fall for the, oh my God, Mike's a white man speaking about an Arab. The only people that are actually going to give that any kind of fucking legs are literally white liberals, or again, people trying to get interpersonal advantage over me. Nobody who actually believes that's not a standard. That would be like saying if I disagree with Candace Owens, then you should listen to Candace Owens because she's a black woman. Or if I disagree with Nick Fuentes, you should agree with Nick Fuentes because he's a Latin man. He's a Hispanic man. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Nobody agrees with this ever. Shut your fucking mouth, you radlib bitch. And I have always had this position, and I'm never gonna not have this position. So if you have a problem with it, eat shit.
Fucking literally, just like Germany should have been bombed in response to what it did to Britain, for example. Basic principle. I don't give a single fuck about Israelis boo-hooing about that. Reap the whirlwind. As the great bomber Harris once said, he was a Rhodesian, but, you know, we can look past that for that epic quote. And you, as the token Arab, of course, signed off on Ethan Klein's narrative that it was disgusting that this guy celebrated Israel getting bombed in response to it fucking bombing people in a genocidal massacre for a year and a half.
Other Arabs in the perception of our people.
I don't want to be the guy to start beef with another Lebanese dude who's living in Lebanon that's actively being bombed right now. I don't want to be the guy. I don't want to say that he.
Well, I mean, you sit next to Ethan Klein while he does all of this, and you say nothing.
I shouldn't feel a certain way because I know he's living there and he's going through it. But I guess that's the difference.
What's the difference?
Twitch to watch this clip and let's say, no, the difference is you do this and you work for it. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, you work for a Zionist. That's the only reason why anyone is shitting on you. If you didn't work for Ethan Klein, no one would be saying anything about you. People have problems with what you do to enable genocide. Nothing else.
Peggy Hill on pronunciation.
I guess he's trying to say like that's the difference between you and me. Like I'm willing to go for him, even though he's Arab, but he's not going to attack me because I'm Arab. And AB, we've been very nice to you,
We've never attacked him ever, actually.
We've been very generous. We've been very charitable. I constantly get criticized on Twitter, in the comments, in the live chat for being way too charitable.
You should not be charitable to him. You should not be charitable to these people. This is something that a lot of people do. You let them turn this into like some interpersonal thing where it's like, oh, you're mistreating me. Oh, you're harassing me. No, you don't let them fall back on that. You stay on topic. You force them to address their genocidal views, or even if they claim not to hold genocidal views like this guy doesn't, you force them to address the fact that they enable genocide through spreading propaganda. Don't let them fall back on this fake self-victimization shit like this moron here is doing.
And way too nice. Everyone's like, stop giving AB a second chance. Stop giving AB more chances. He's shown us his true colors. He has picked a side. Okay, and I'm always defending you because, AB, let me full screen myself for this because you are my Lebanese brother, bro. And in the Khayd, you know how many people have told me, like, why don't you fight AB in like Creator Clash 3 or Box AB in Creator Clash 4? I'm like, I don't have to fight.
I have to tell you about the future.
Together. I don't want to fight you. But I don't even think you want to hit me. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't, Habibi.
Part of me, it's going to be hard for me to dislike you, but you're always
Isn't Anthony like a boxer? Like, isn't Anthony in boxing shape now? They should box. Like, I know that AB is a boxer, right? AB and him should box. That would be a pretty good fight. Not after he doesn't want to endanger the plastic surgery. Wait, when did he had plastic surgery? AB had plastic surgery? What plastic surgery did AB have? That's like being on Ozempic and calling other people fat. He had a nose job? I love having my big old nose. I got a huge schnozzle. It's an Italian. It's a schnozzle. Let's just put it that way, okay? It's huge. And I fucking love it. And women love it. I can't imagine getting rid of your big, strong nose. Your honker. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. CMC Dar fan? No, that's just a Destiny fan. I recognize that name. I'm pretty sure they had Sam Cedar fan at some point, but they're just a Destiny fan. Like, if you actually listen to the video, BE said AB got it to look less Arab. Oh no.
My favorites because
That's so sweet. Now let's fast forward like 2 weeks in the future.
fucking pussy.
Oh, that is a button nose.
Is because you are my Lebanese brother, bro. And in the Khalid, you know how many people have told me, like, why don't you fight AB in like Creator Clash 3 or Box AB and Creator Clash 4? I'm like, I don't have to fight.
I have to tell you about the future.
Together. I don't want to fight you. But I don't even think you want to hit me. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't, Habib.
part of me, it's gonna be hard for me to dislike you, but you're always gonna be one of my favorites because
That's so sweet. Now let's fast forward like 2 weeks in the future.
Oh, he's got a tiny little button nose.
fucking pussy. Because AB sitting there like a fucking coward. God knows what the fuck he's doing. AB and Lena, fucking cowards, Lebanese cowards. We do not recognize you as Lebanese, by the way. I'm done being church.
Yeah. What's the problem with this? He finally broke based on facts about what you did. What's the problem here? Why do you never address the criticism? Why do you never address the substance?
Well, they don't address the criticism because they're trying to operate on parasocial shit. Like, the reason why they don't address the criticism is because they're trying to operate on parasocial shit, which is they have fans that like them as, like them as people, right? The parasocial fans like the persona that they watch, right? They don't know you. They know the persona that you have, right? And so AB is trying to take his parasocial fans, and he doesn't want to show them what AB is saying, because if he has his fans thinking, they might agree with Anthony. Right? So he wants to avoid the thinking part and make it emotional, which is, look at how he's calling me, he's being mean to me, he's hurting me, oh help me, my friends. That's the plan. It's cowardly, it's bitch made, but it's exactly the strategy.
Is saying this because you sat there while Ethan Klein spread genocide propaganda and said nothing. You never address the substance. All you're like is, he insulted me. He said I'm not a real Lebanese. I don't recognize him as a Lebanese. Why did he say?
Be careful with this plastic surgery shit. What? I was just saying how much I love having a big nose. I love having a big nose. And I would never get a plastic. I would never get rhinoplasty. Big schnozzles are great.
Say that. Why don't you address why he's saying that? You can't. You'd get fired, wouldn't you? You are so domesticated.
You two pieces of shit. Okay.
Yeah, I see that.
I'm done being charitable. Fuck you guys.
Inshallah, you and your family are safe.
Inshallah, brother.
There you go. There's the clip. And the clip there. Hey, I have 2 phones. Hey, whoever clips this, and the clip there. I want him to know that I said, inshallah, your family is safe.
So, like, I don't know how sincere that is. I just wanted to know that I said it, but AB, thank you. Sincerely, thank you. And also, I hope your family's safe, because let's be honest, AB's family, I'm guessing AB is half Muslim, so his family...
Full Muslim.
...might live in Shia areas. His
half Lebanese.
...family might be in more direct danger than I am. So AB...
Wait, was Shia?
I think he's Shia, yeah. He's
wow,
Shia.
I like it more.
What did I say about us Arabs being divisive? She likes me more now that she knows I'm Shia. I'm not actually...
What is that comment? What the fuck is that comment?
Criticizing her. I'm just pointing it out. Us Arabs love to be divisive. Next, she would have asked what village I'm from.
I believe that's the case. So his family...
oh, yes, my family is in South Lebanon, the part that's being bombed, and Lena's family.
The South, if he has any family...
This just makes it worse. This makes it worse that you help Ethan Klein spread Zionist propaganda. You do research sending him Zionist talking points. You do research sending him defamation on pro-Palestine and pro-Lebanon people. That makes it so much fucking worse, dude. Not better.
I mean, they're in more direct danger from Israel than I am.
And again, as I said in my video...
One of the things that's actually really disgusting is when people are like, oh, Mike, you're just a white guy. Why do you care so much about Palestine? Like, they're trying to create this culture of don't care about injustice happening to other people if it doesn't involve you. It's like, I'm going to attack you for taking a risk, having empathy, caring about shit that I don't directly profit from. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I have a platform. I have a voice. I'm going to use it to stand up against injustice, no matter who it's against. It doesn't have to be against a Scottish person. It doesn't have to be against a German person for me to care. I care about injustice anywhere and always. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? But yet, it's people like scoff. Oh, you're white. Why do you care about this? And it's like, I will continue to care about kids being killed.
Whenever someone mentioned your mom not doing so well, I said, I wish her well. I hope, everything's okay.
Injustice against Jews, too? Absolutely. I think people like Ethan Klein should be banned for anti-Semitism. Have you seen what he said about Hasidic Jews? Did you hear how much he curses Israel? That guy really is anti-Semitic.
Keep her in my prayers.
Just notice, he is focusing on this interpersonal shit. Like, I said good things about your mother. I said good things about you. I said I wish you well. He ignores the entire root of the problem, which is he sits there doing genocide propaganda. With
And then the next clip I see of you, you're saying, fuck my mother. So, okay. Shout out to my Lebanese brother, Millhouse, right there. Again, throughout it all, even though I get shit for still being forgiving and defending, I do not...
Pathetic fucking loser. Pathetic fucking loser. Relies on parasocial shit, doesn't address anything we say, and then just tries to use moments where people get frustrated and throw out an insult to pretend like that's the entire conversations that are being had. We don't support you because you don't stand up to Ethan Klein. You provide him evidence or talking points to try to refute pro-Palestinian people. You defame pro-Palestinian creators, including myself, including many other people, and you bring up stories that you get from fucking Destiny and talking points you get from Destiny, and you try to, you know, freshen them up from 7 years ago or from 12 years ago because you don't want to deal with the arguments we're making right now.
Like the idea of people weaponizing us against each other. I appreciate people defending me sincerely, but I don't need people to make up stuff like he was saying that he wanted to R-word my mom and sister. What happens when I defend you from that? You have this fucking moron, BADEMPANADA, saying that I said that all pro-Palestinian anti-genocidal activists are...
We saw what you fucking said about barbaric Arabs who provide ammo to the Zionists to justify their genocide because they don't conform to the Zionist standard of what Arabs should be. Everyone saw you say that. You're just going to pretend you didn't say it and you didn't show it during this?
Barbaric. Nice. No good deed goes unpunished, huh?
Why are you also just ignoring the fact that Ethan Klein outright said the fucking Arabs forced the Zionists to do the Nakba? Force them. He talks about Arabs like a Nazi talks about Jews. The Jews, the Arabs, the exact same terminology. And you said nothing about that. But you have a lot of heat for me calling you out for saying nothing about that, don't you?
As soon as I started this live, I got tagged in this. I guess I'll end on this, but yeah.
I like they have no benefit of the doubt from me anymore, and they don't deserve it. And literally the only reason why
they don't. Be ruthless to these people. They are Zionists. They are justifying and enabling genocide. Be ruthless to them as you would to Nazis. It's time to stop pretending. It's time to stop being nice. It's time to stop acting like you can just convince them with reason argument. They are justifying an ongoing genocide. Saying that we should take the gloves off and be nice to A.B. Ayad, who is an underling of Ethan Klein, a genocide propagandist, makes no fucking sense in this situation.
The AB section in the video is because he was talking shit, saying I say vile things and saying that we had a disagreement. Last time we talked, we had a disagreement, which is not true.
Wow. Okay, Morgan. Let me just say, I didn't mean to pause on your face right here. Let me just say this, okay? I brought you up to defend you. I said that people
it's the
are
same thing
inhumanely...
every time. It's always, I defend you. Come on. I said that people shouldn't say mean things about you. I said that I wish well to your mother. It's never, okay, I'm going to address the fundamental criticism, which is that I do genocide propaganda on the H3 podcast, that I help Ethan Klein to do that on the H3 podcast. Never, ever addresses the actual points. All that he does in place of that is try to make it interpersonal shit, because he knows that he cannot defend himself on the basis of what people are actually angry at him for, which is him enabling Zionist genocide propaganda and defamation against pro-Palestinian people.
Cruel to you. Even though I knew I was going to get shit from the audience, because I know the audience doesn't like you. I said, no matter what she said, if you think she said vile shit, whatever you have a problem with about her, the amount of hate she's getting, the amount of disgusting racism that you have to deal with is not just from...
Yeah, she's getting it from your fans, isn't she?
All of the internet. It's not right. And I was defending you.
And then your boss said, no, she doesn't get that. It's not that bad. Because one of the crew, I don't even know the crew's names, to be honest, chat, because I don't give a fuck. I'm not an H3 fan, and I never was. And I always thought he was mediocre as fuck. I'm sorry. Like, I never liked H3. I'm sorry. If you were an H3 Fallen fan, you had bad taste. I'm sorry. I was never a fan. So I don't know any of the crew's names except Dan and AB. And Lena, but anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so one of the crew, maybe it was Zach. I don't remember who it was. Is Zach a crew member? I'm making that scene. I'm pulling that name out of the ether. I'm not sure. He was saying how some of the stuff that Frogan gets is like the worst thing he's ever seen on the internet. And then Ethan Klein interrupted to say, no, it's not. No, it's not. It's not. No, it's not. It's not the worst. So the moment somebody was trying to give Frogan any amount of charitability on the show, Ethan Klein interrupted to overtalk it and downplay how bad it is. That was Love? Okay. Love. Interesting name.
I don't know what to say other than...
She got banned. Your boss got her banned for 30 days. She almost lost her platform, her livelihood, because of the guy who you work for. You likely helped him to do it as well. You're the researcher. You almost certainly sent him things about her to help her get banned. You people need to remember that, by the way. If Ethan Klein has defamed you when he's trying to get you banned, he's posting like clips of you, this guy's job is to send him those. Something, Frogan specifically, if you're watching this, you should consider that. What you're going to see in the upcoming discovery process from the Kavanaugh lawsuit, which is absolutely going to include A.B. Ayad sending defamation to Ethan Klein about him, he did that as well with you. He did it with me. He did it with Hassan. He did it with Denims. He does this with everyone else. And then he comes out like a snake in public, acting like, oh, I'm actually against it. I never said anything bad about you. Remember that.
I don't know. And when I said that we had a disagreement, as a friend, I was trying to show you some dignity by not saying that you messaged me and I didn't respond. Because I'm not trying.
The rest of this is all just interpersonal drama. It's just, yeah, it's interpersonal drama. Oh, no, we said hurtful thing. Oh, Morgan, I wish you the best. I'm not going to speak ill of you. He does not address the fundamental. Not once in this video does he address the fact that his job is to spread Zionist genocide propaganda. Watch.
I think it's productive to be divisive. I have no problems with anyone, except BADEMPANADA. Fuck you.
Okay, then come on stream and debate me about this. I won't let you divert to interpersonal drama. I'll force you to stay on topic and explain why you help Ethan Klein spread genocide propaganda, why you say nothing as he rants about the fucking Arabs.
When are all these court cases coming up? They're coming up. Court cases take a while, but I know for a fact that both Epstein and Klein's court cases are advancing apace. So, I mean, Ethan could lose millions of dollars for this defamation. Especially because Ethan attacked like a business with like review bombs. And so you know, the amount of damages that Ethan Klein has committed against Kavanaugh could be like in the millions for sure. And as far as with Destiny, similarly, you know, I know Destiny's getting sued and investigated right now. So they're both facing some pretty serious, you know, legal trouble.
You know that, so you never will.
So in conclusion, BADEMPANADA.
He's going to end up with judgments. Oh yeah, Ethan is going to lose a lot of money. Ethan is going to lose a lot of money. Like the Harvey Weinstein shit, the idea, you know, just saying he ran a Ponzi scheme, review bombing his app. Like no, like he probably has insurance. I don't know if Ethan Klein is smart enough to have that insurance. I don't know about that. Also, it was so willful. It wasn't like, I don't think insurance would cover it. Like, it's not like he was reporting a story and he made a factual error. Like, I feel like it was a malicious tort. You know, like it wasn't like an error or omission. It was a malicious tort. So I don't even if you had errors in emissions insurance or a umbrella coverage, I don't think they would cover it because it was a malicious and intentional and deliberate. And he refused to refused to retract. So I don't think he would even get coverage.
She's not getting content out of this. You're attacking her in relentless ways and endorsing so much worse harassment than what even you send her way.
The shit he's said and posted about Frogan over the past years is like insanely nasty shit.
Yeah.
Worse than anyone I've seen. If this is true, absolutely mind-blowing, insane shit.
Hold on. It's not worse than anything you've seen. How could it be worse than anything you've seen?
Literally, no. I guess
he was
not.
very nasty. Well, I'm just saying, people like fucking want to like get lay down and fucking like.
I'm talking about specifically against Frogan.
But like he called her fat, right, and ugly, which is horrifically mean. I get called a fucking baby killer.
I was talking specifically about
That's way
Frogan.
Worse than being called fat and ugly, in my opinion.
Also, on top of Ethan and Neela constantly victimizing themselves, I did notice that as soon as we didn't immediately jump to Ethan and Neela's defense. Ethan took that to heart and he started to make that his employees' problems. Instead of just, sucking it up and taking on himself, he decided to imply that Lena is going to have a problem with that.
A lot of this has ramifications for the crew. The way that they have it set up is basically, if Lena were to drop out, she would lose, she would have to pay back $25,000 or something insane. And besides that, which I told her I would cover if she wanted to drop out, she's been working really hard. And just because I'm having an issue with what's going on here.
You bringing up Lena dropping out of the fight was you publicly showing to your fans, I don't approve of this. You were saying this shit before the content cop even came out.
Which I told her I would cover if she wanted to drop out.
But now you are saying that you didn't have a problem with any of it until I made the video.
I was totally on board until the organizer put out a video calling me a psychopath for harassing his friend.
Obviously, Ethan and Neela will victimize themselves every chance they get. But when they have the chance to victimize someone else who's on their crew, they'll also do that.
You already forced Lena into this horrible situation. And again, you forced this situation on her.
One of the things that was really disgusting was when H3 was announcing Lena, Ethan Klein announced that Lena was gonna withdraw and basically took that agency from her and then passed it off to AB. And it was you have these two people with tremendous power over this woman and they take away this incredible opportunity she had. I was so excited for that fight. I mean, I was going to be a massive super fan of her opponent, and I was obviously going to root against her. Obviously, I had, I had a position on the fight. I wanted her to, I wanted it to be a really good fight. Yeah, and I was supporting her opponent, but I was just super excited for that fight, and they took that away from her. It would have probably been the most hyped fight of the night because of all the stuff that's happening, and they took that away from her. And then on top of all of that, they took away her voice. They took away her right to announce it and address the fans and address the camera and talk about and thank all the people that helped her. They took that away from her. Just so Ethan Klein could get one over on iDubbbz. It was just so disrespectful and so disgusting. I don't know how Lena handles that. I don't know how she tolerates that, being so disrespected by these people. These are supposed to be your friends and your husband. Terrible. Hate to see it.
Pussy.
Come on, man. You can't be this meek little bitch sitting in the corner in the cuck chair while Ethan Klein spreads Zionist propaganda and ever insult anyone in any way that will ever get to them. Dude, come on. With what you are, you don't insult anyone. Give us a break.
Defend someone who constantly talks shit about me. I tried to defend him, even though it upset my audience. I tried to.
What the fuck are you talking about? I tried to defend him. I tried to defend him. I tried to defend him. For one, you didn't defend him. We went over the clip. You clearly said that he was giving Zionists ammo by being a barbaric Arab. And you're ignoring the fundamental problem here, which is that you sit there day in, day out helping Ethan Klein to spread Zionist genocide propaganda. So fuck off with this shit. You've avoided the point, and you've avoided my video responding to you specifically this whole time. You have not showed a single second of my actual video that you claim to be responding to.
Defend him from being falsely accused of saying that he wants to R-word my mom and sister. And that defense of him was weaponized against me by people who claim to be pro-Palestinian. And lastly, I spoke.
What we're weaponizing against you is the fact that you sit there every single day saying fucking nothing, or actually sending Ethan fucking Zionist propaganda articles that he can then cite on stream, and saying nothing when he says shit like the fucking Arabs.
Up and said, be nicer to Frogan, even if you disagree with her. And Frogan told me grow up. That's
he's just making it all about this childish interpersonal shit. Like, oh, you insulted me, I insulted you, you insulted my mom, I insulted your mom, blah, blah, blah. The only reason that anyone's insulting you in the first place, if they are, is because you sit there in the cuck chair every single fucking week as if
Schnauzol. I would never chop off my schnauzol. I've always said this. I don't want to date anybody who doesn't appreciate a big schnauzol. And in my experience, women love it. I can't imagine going to a plastic surgeon and be like, please, can you make my nose more dainty and more like a button nose? Hee hee. Like, that's crazy, dude.
Ethan Klein spreads Zionist propaganda. You help him spread the Zionist.
Oh, I need it because of my. I'm not getting a rhinoplasty. I'm getting it because my septum is deviated, guys. It's my septum. Oh, did it get cuter? Hee hee. Whoops.
Propaganda. You send articles to him to spread Zionist propaganda.
I'm a motherfucker. I'm gonna get you, man. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you, man. Like, come on, dude.
As he goes on racist rants about like inferior Arabs forcing the Israelis to massacre them, forcing them to bomb their hospitals, forcing them to do the Nakba, you say nothing. When he defames people, it's because of your research helping him to do so. That's why people insult you. That's why people don't like you. That's why people are criticizing you. And you mention none of this in your supposed response. How pathetic. Talk about being a pussy.
Chad, do you think this is a good post? Do you think this is a good post? Like father, like son. I can't believe his father was court-martialed and convicted for over a dozen sex crimes, and he is accused too. Is this a good post? Tecton openly weeps, blames Hassan for noticing his father's rampant sexual assaults were exposed instead of taking accountability for platforming someone he knew to be a predator. Is this a good one? Is this a good post? Shaw, why is this not a good one? This is your first message in the chat. Why is it not good? The rapal didn't fall far from the tree. I don't want to have a joke in here. I don't. I mean, well, we'll come back to it. We'll come back to it.
Relevant NMP clip? What is this?
Check time. We don't really have much to say about him. He told me to hype him up, but...
No, dude, not that song going while he says that. No, dude, no.
Yeah, he was fired from OTK. This was his last OTK event. This was his last just so you have context, he used to be a member of OTK. He was brought in when the gotcha games were like popping off, and like he was an Asmongold slurper, so they were like, well, I guess we should have one gotcha content creator in OTK. And let's just say that it didn't go well. And so this was the very last OTK event he went to.
Relevant NMP clip? What is this?
Check time. We don't really have much to say about him. He told me to hype him up, but...
No, dude, not...
And he was fired. He was fired from OTK following that. I would only be concerned about Pinkchu and whether or not she wants to be showed next to Tectone. Yeah, totally. That's the main reason I'm not tweeting it, actually, chatter. Is I don't want to make the victim feel like we're using her in our beef. I just really hate Tectone, and I want more people to be aware that he's a sex criminal. And I'm kind of like, or accused at least. And I'm kind of like, it's kind of annoying that Twitch just doesn't really address it at all and just lets this guy harass Frogan while he's accused of harassment, where he brought a convicted sex criminal in on his stream. And now he's trying to harass Twitch and like threaten the advertisers. It's like at a certain point, why is this guy here? Now he's going on to another website with a banned streamer to try to like what, harass more people? Like at a certain point, you know, Amazon, you know, Twitch, like gotta defend the platform from people who attack it. I think if people start talking about messaging Twitch advertisers as like, you know, as a way of getting someone banned, they probably should, that probably shouldn't be allowed. Probably shouldn't be allowed. Isn't it bannable anyway, even if they stream on another platform? No. You can stream on another platform with a banned streamer. All right, someone linked me this, so I wanted to watch it, which is the Awk Stalker account.
This Awk guy is actually, can we get this guy in here? This guy's actually the biggest loser. It's so funny. He is like actually like a high schooler that just like hates his son and like loves Destiny. He's so awesome. No, he's actually like a funny little dude I like to observe. Y'all seen his kick? That's definitely a 30-year-old. Oh, bro. You got me muting the debate for this. Watch this, bro.
Wait, he streams?
What? Oh,
He streams?
No, he deleted his VOD. He used to have his VODs up.
Are you an individualist or a collectivist? Turn on your voice threshold. I'm not doing anything with a, oh, what is that?
What do you think? What do you think?
I don't know if it's a good question.
I told you, bro. He's like 12. Dude, this Awk guy is actually, can we get this guy in here? This guy's
I think everyone that watches his kick stream should be on a watch list. Everyone that goes to his community should literally be on a watch list. Bro, that's crazy, dude. Awk on Fortnite Friday, that would go hard. I would watch that. I would want to know. Asmin's go-to, scroll down. I think they found a PFP of him. Ain't no way, dude. How the fuck does he sound like his PFP? I can't believe this is a truth. I mean, I can believe it. He's a journalist through and through. That's why I get all my news from Fortnite Friday. He streamed once. Everyone made fun of his incel voice, and he hasn't streamed since.
Oh, come on. Oh, keep streaming. Keep hanging out with Destiny. Didn't Destiny... I think they had a conversation, and there was one clip I saw of Destiny where Destiny said that he would rather have a pedophile moderator running his Reddit, because apparently there was like some sort of lolly guy, like a lolly moderator or something. I'm not really sure of the details, but I'll take this as gospel. But Destiny did say that he would prefer having a pedophile as a moderator to like a left winger, which was very interesting. Whatever happened to RTBA? He's always been a Destiny superfan and was never like. What do you think? He's always been a scumbag piece of shit. What are you talking about? Former Governor Andrew Cuomo says he wants to appeal to more New Yorkers by starting his own third party while insisting he's not turning his back on the Democratic Party. He will create a new third party called Fight and Deliver. He aims to give himself a second line on the November general election ballot where all New Yorkers will vote for mayor. Cuomo is Democrat in name only, and after the June primary, he won't even be that. Look, what did I tell you, Chad? Centrist Democrats are happy to immediately eject from the Democratic Party and try to do spoiler effect the moment the Democratic Party isn't a centrist party. The fact that you sit there and think, like, we've got to vote blue no matter who, it's the same old shit. It was actually about LSF.
What's your take on Lolicon? Let's
yeah, what's your take on Lolicon?
I don't give a fuck. I don't know. Why does this matter?
I don't know. I'm just curious what your take is on it. But I do think that I don't know. It's fucking weird, but I just don't think you want somebody like that on your moderation team making decisions for like the whole live streaming community, right?
I mean, I guess, but I would say I wouldn't want anybody from like a ton of different parts of Reddit that are probably making decisions. Like I wouldn't want anybody associated with anything having to do with like any of the political shit, right?
Someone's got to do it, right? So we might.
Yeah, that's fine, but I would rather have a guy that jerks it to fucking lolly than some dude that posts in some fucking tanky subreddit. Like I think that like. Unironically, like I think there are groups of people on Reddit that are I'd rather have a lolly jerker.
Destiny, what's your...
We know, Destiny. We know. We know. We saw the leaks, man. We saw the leaks. All right. Wow. Wow. Hind Rajab's executioner has been identified. Yeah, I saw this. On her 7th birthday, we know who killed Hind Rajab, and we're taking them to court. Let's fucking go. Bring this guy to justice. All right, chat. It says Dow drops 400 points today. Trump administration to garner the wages of 5.3 million defaulted student loan borrowers this summer. Are there any defaulted student loan borrowers in the chat? Well, I don't know about you guys, but I took advantage of the last programs to get, make sure that I was all, in good standing with any debts that I had. I paid it off 4 years ago. Nice. The Trump administration is set to garnish the wages of 5.3 million federal student loan borrowers in default in just a few months. Meanwhile, it began this week alerting around 195,000 defaulted borrowers that their federal benefits will be subject to garnishment in 30 days. So they're destroying the Department of Education, but they're making sure that to collect the student loans. I didn't go to college/university. It seems like a debt scam to me. I mean, it is. It definitely is. Defaulted and unemployed, what do I do? Well, you don't have any wages to collect. Wait, there's a big controversy about Nuck showing Muta and his friends Lolly. It was big when it happened, but quickly swept under by DGG and co. Holy shit. Mutahar is watching Lolly? Wow. All right. This is just a little piece of history, just so you guys can kind of understand the situation in Israel. Take a look at this history and realize the same is happening today.
Were Germans aware of the Holocaust? Yes, without a doubt. The extent of knowledge obviously varied greatly depending on proximity to camps, personal connections, and but the camps were certainly no secret. The regime openly promoted them in the 1930s as places for political re-education. The sight of emaciated prisoners being marched openly through towns and villages became pretty ubiquitous, especially towards the end of the war. Most Germans came into contact with the system of slave labor or extermination in some way. Take the Deutsche Reichsbahn, one of the country's largest employers, which played a direct role in transporting millions to their deaths. However, the specifics of extermination camps like Treblinka or Auschwitz were intentionally obscured. Even so, rumors of mass extermination circulated widely as soldiers returning from the front brought. Nevertheless, many Germans simply chose willful ignorance or rationalized what they saw.
Just like Israelis today.
where Germans
and everybody who supports Israel or says, I don't really know about this, but I'm going to attack the people talking about it. Anyway, you know, I wanted to show you something, chat, for the road not traveled. In Mexico, they have a party called Morena. If you watch my stream a lot, you know about this. Basically, it is a populist left-wing party that split off from what their basic equivalent of the Democrats and started their own party. How's that going?
Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum has a strong claim to be the most popular leader in the democratic world. Now 7 months into her presidential term, her approval rating remains sky high, around 80%, making her even more popular than her popular predecessor. So in this video, we're going to take a look at why Claudia Sheinbaum enjoys such popularity, covering things like social spending, security policy, and of course...
Check Hassan's title. Oh, God. The content nuke.
Her handling of her
Holy
northern
shit.
neighbor, Donald Trump.
Yeah, I heard about that.
We've just published a new issue of our official magazine, Too Long, which runs through the world's most influential people and how they wield their power. From Elon Musk's takeover...
Like, look at this quote. It fits perfectly the video you just showed. Speaking from the Oval Office, Trump said the Houthis told the U.S. they don't want to fight anymore. It will not be blowing up ships. If the U.S. stops targeting Yemen, we will cease our military operations against it. We do not consider ourselves at war with the American people. When the Zionist entity stops its genocidal crimes in Gaza and allows food, medicine, and fuel to enter in accordance with the ceasefire agreement, we will cease all military operations against it. We only defended ourselves. All nations should act to support the oppressed and the weak, as emphasized by international conventions and international human rights law. Operations against the Zionist entity will continue until our objectives are achieved, he added. If Trump truly seeks peace, as he claims, his efforts should have been directed at pressuring Netanyahu to implement the ceasefire agreement, which includes lifting the siege on Gaza and allowing food and medicine to enter. Only then will we stop all military operations against the Zionist entity.
And we will. I think it has to end. We had some very good news last night. The Houthis have announced that they are not, or they've announced to us at least, that they don't want to fight anymore. They just don't want to fight. And we will honor that. And we will stop the bombings. And they have capitulated, but more importantly, we will take their word. They say they will not be blowing up ships anymore, and that's what the purpose of what we were doing. So that's just news. We just found out about that. So I think that's very, very positive. They were knocking out a lot of ships going, as you know, sailing beautifully down the various seas. It wasn't just the canal. It was a lot of other places. And I will accept their word, and we are going to stop the bombing of the Houthis, effective immediately. And Marco, you'll let everybody know that, okay? Do you have something to say about that, by the way? It's a pretty big announcement.
Yeah, this was always a freedom of navigation mission. These guys, these are, you know, a band of individuals with advanced weaponry that were threatening global shipping, and the job was to get that to stop. And if it's going to stop, then we can stop. And I think it's an important development.
And we'll have maybe before we're going to, as you know, the Middle East, Saudi Arabia. We're going to UAE and Qatar. And that'll be, I guess, Monday night. Some of you are coming with us. I think before then we're going to have a very, very big announcement to make, like as big as it gets. And I won't tell you on what, but it's going to, and it's very positive. I'd tell you if it was negative or positive. I can't keep that out. It is really, really positive. And that announcement will be made either Thursday or Friday or Monday before we leave. But it'll be one of the most important announcements that have been made in many years about a certain subject, very important subject. So you'll all be here. Mark, would you like to say a few words?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I'm on the edge of my seat, actually, for the big announcement. But thank you
This is disgusting. The Israeli Channel 14, which is a source that Ethan Klein used in the debate with Hassan, one of their presenters just called for a holocaust of all men, women, and children in Gaza. He called for gas chambers, train cards, and other cruel methods of death for Nazis. Eliminate, slaughter, flatten, dismantle, smash, shatter. Without conscience or pity, children and parents, women and girls, all of them are marked for cruel and harsh death. Who is the brave man who decided to bring a total holocaust to Gaza so that rivers of blood will flow from it, so that rotting Gazan corpses pile up in mounds and are then burned? And that the Israeli flag will be raised from every window in Gaza. Gaza is death. Let there be a Holocaust in Gaza. Thank you, Lena. That's what the Israeli government or Benjamin Netanyahu channel is saying today. Let's look at what would. Let's get back to watching what happens when you actually have a left winger able to run for president.
Over to the power of melee, or whether Jerome Powell can resist Trump. Read more by clicking the link in the description. Claudia Sheinbaum was already on pretty good footing when she was elected last year, with nearly 36 million votes, the highest number ever recorded for a candidate in Mexican history, and representing 61% of the vote. She's the political heir and successor of the popular leftist president Andrés Manuel López Obrador, or AMLO. Sheinbaum, a scientist by profession, was previously the head of the government of Mexico City and comes from the Morena party, founded by AMLO. So what has Sheinbaum's approval rating looked like since she took office last October? Through her first month in office, she enjoyed an approval rating in the low 70s, while about 26% disapproved. By mid-February, though, Sheinbaum's approval had risen to 80%, the level at which it remains today, while her disapproval sits at 19%. Now, leading any country is a difficult job, not least Mexico, which faces significant security challenges and a trade war with its largest trading partner. On top of this, we often hear about a political shift towards the right in many parts of the world. So how is it that Sheinbaum, the left-wing president of Mexico, has had such strong approval? To answer the question, we're going to break it down into three areas: Sheinbaum's domestic policies, her handling of Trump, and her communication. So let's start with the domestic. The backbone of the Morena political project, first under AMLO and now Sheinbaum, is redistribution, via things like minimum wage hikes and social spending, particularly subsidies and direct cash transfers. This focus on targeting those less well off and lifting people out of poverty was a key driver of AMLO's popularity. In his 2018 to 2024 term, AMLO increased the minimum wage from about 88 pesos per day to 249 per day. Sheinbaum is continuing this project by pledging to increase minimum wage by around 12% each year, and this year's boost means that the purchasing power of the minimum wage has more than doubled, up 135% since 2018. This was done alongside significant increases in social spending for senior citizens, unemployed youth, disabled people, and others, meaning that the proportion of Mexicans benefiting from government-provided financial distributions rose to a record level during AMLO's presidency, and millions were lifted out of poverty. Sheinbaum is seeking to continue this legacy, maintaining and building on existing welfare programs. For example, by introducing a women's welfare pension for women aged 60 to 64. This social spending strategy is not without criticism, though. Millions have indeed been lifted out of poverty, and social spending programs do cover more people. But at the same time, analysis shows that by 2024, compared to 2018, these programs are reaching fewer of Mexico's very poorest families, who actually
there's a lot less of them and they're harder to get.
Ended up receiving a smaller portion of spending.
Yes, because there's less of them. Like, when you lift people out of poverty, there's less of them.
On top of this, the increase in social spending has come along.
That's just lying with statistics, by the way. This is just lying with statistics. Like, this is Legitimately dumb as fuck. This is a neoliberal strategy of lying with statistics, by the way, which is like, I can't believe you've raised 30 million people out of poverty and less percentage of government spending is going to the very poor who really deserve it. It's just nonsense.
Besides sizable cuts in other areas. Scheinbaum's 2025 budget, for example, sharply cuts departments including healthcare, defense, and the environment, with her aim of reducing the deficit. Nevertheless, the point still stands that, like AMLO before her, social spending programs are a key driver of her popularity. Public security is another policy area that Scheinbaum generally receives positive ratings for, but in this case, she is broken with her predecessor's approach. By the end of his term, only 28% approved of AMLO's handling of public security, while Scheinbaum's approach recorded 49% approval in March, and was even higher in February at 52%, which probably marked the first majority approval for the government's security strategy in 15 years. While she has talked about the importance of tackling the social roots of violent crime, Scheinbaum has carefully avoided using her predecessor's hugs not bullets catchphrase, and instead is pursuing a more confrontational policy against cartels and criminal organizations. Having halved the homicide rate in the capital city during her time leading it, Scheinbaum's strategy emphasizes civilian policing, bolstering the state's intelligence capabilities, and strategic actions targeted at so-called violence professionals, who are often the mid-ranking cartel members who plan, mobilize, and perpetrate violence against civilians. But pacifying the country is obviously a much larger challenge than she faced in Mexico City, and even then, lower murder rates sometimes disguise other forms of violence, like forced disappearances, which are a notorious issue in Mexico. Scheinbaum's approach to security ties closely with another area where the Mexican public rate her highly, her handling of Donald Trump, who has even praised her himself. Facing on and off again 25% tariffs, Mexico is particularly vulnerable to Trump's trade wars, as the two countries are heavily economically integrated, and exports to the US are a major engine of the Mexican economy. So Scheinbaum has employed a cool heads approach to Trump, offering pointed...
Ham and Fist, thank you. Holy shit, we've got a hype train. Oh my god, it's 4 hours into the stream. I forgot the shill. Fuck. Chat, if you enjoy this content, please consider supporting it by subscribing. Thank you, Ham and Fist, for the support. I appreciate it. Right now, chat, we have a hype train. Top sub gifter and top bit donor, they become the hype train conductors. You could support the stream. It is an incredible opportunity to support the stream by subscribing. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Tom like a top, thank you for the 10 tier ones. Can we get a hype train for social spending? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. So this is something to keep in mind, right? As things are fucking horrible in the United States of America, as America is supporting a genocide, and everybody who claimed that Israel is the most moral military in the world has been completely and utterly disproven. Notice that all those scumbags who defended Israel are not changing their mind. Notice how none of them are going, well, this is very clearly a violation of international law. It turns out you were right. Turns out Israel is collectively punishing the Palestinians. It turns out Israel isn't acting in a proportional way. Notice they're not changing their mind. Notice they're not coming out and saying like, oh, you're right. Israel is going too far. It's few and far between. Skin Job says, Mike, mention it's your birthday week. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Chat, it's my birthday week, which is apparently a thing. Have you considered it's also my birthday month? Huh? My birthday is in this month? Adsmin live defending Tech Toad? Oh, Kale Kane, thank you for the 5 tier ones. Skin Job, thank you for the 5 tier ones as well. Chat, we are dangerously close to the hype train goal of the day of 100 subs. Try to keep our goals very, very much. Try to keep those goals lined up, reasonable. Mike, it's also your birthday year. True. Scahill posting about Israel's entitlement. Can you link me instead of telling me about it? Airbnb abortion, theoretical hair, skin job. Thank you, everybody, for supporting the stream so generously. If I didn't thank you... Oh, we got a 6-month sub from J42 Stin. Thank you for the 6 months in a row. Gatto Kanamore, thank you for the 10 tier ones. Cobb like a Tom, thank you. I think we got everybody, right? We thanked everybody who gifted. Thank you so much for supporting the stream, everybody. My bad, I thought I linked it. Okay. It's truly remarkable to see out in the open Israel making it clear it believes it has some divine right to involve itself in U.S. policy, but Israel holds this view because it's often how it goes anyway. A senior Israeli official told me the U.S. didn't notify Israel in advance of Trump's announcements of a truce with the Houthis. We don't know about this. Trump surprised up, the official said. Pathetic.
Defenses of Mexico while avoiding
animal other. Thank you for the 5.
Direct confrontation with Trump and working to appease him on certain issues. For example, by extraditing a number of drug cartel heavyweights to the US, reinforcing the border with 10,000 additional National Guard troops, and announcing record fentanyl seizures. One poll from March found that 68% of the public were confident in her approach towards Trump, while another found that this was her best achievement since taking office. But this positive reaction aside, the saga is still not over, and it remains to be seen if the impact of the now somewhat diluted tariffs on the Mexican economy filter through to Scheinbaum's approval rating. One final, and perhaps more nebulous reason for Scheinbaum's popularity is her communication. Scheinbaum has continued a tradition established by AMLO, the Mañanera, a press conference held every morning of every weekday. Despite nominally being a press event, the Mañanera helped AMLO bypass potential media gatekeeping and served as something of a direct and unfiltered line of dialogue with the public. This morning show is not a bog-standard press conference either, and it can involve all sorts of features, including musical interludes, guest speakers, and particularly under AMLO, extended freewheeling presidential monologues, though Scheinbaum approaches it with her own less folksy, more technocratic style. Regardless, it provides a pulpit for presidents and their ministers to push back against their critics, promote their successes, and set the news agenda for the day. So those are some of the reasons why Scheinbaum is popular. But the natural question that follows is this sustainable? If you're going to make the case for no, you might point to Brazil's former president, Dilma Rousseff. Like Scheinbaum, she was the political heir of a popular leftist president, Lula da Silva, and went from being impressively popular during the early years of her term to facing immense unpopularity by the end of it. But we certainly shouldn't predict Scheinbaum's future based on this. Ultimately, Scheinbaum's future popularity will depend on how she reacts to the various expected and unexpected challenges that come her way, both inside and outside of Mexico. The US-Mexico relationship is going through a turbulent time, and as such, there's plenty to read about it online. With this story on a water-sharing deal between the two countries, reported on by 211 sources. The issue is, how can you be sure that what you're reading isn't hugely biased? Well, that's a problem we face when making these videos too. And luckily, that's where this week's sponsor, Ground News, comes in. For this story in particular, they've identified that there are at least 18 left-leaning and 32 right-leaning sources reporting on it. In fact, in addition to this, they've also shown the main differences between the headlines from left and right-leaning outlets, with the left-leaning outlets generally highlighting the potential negative impacts on Mexico.
I swear to God. There's a few sponsors where I could already see into the future where they're going to get exposed as some sort of like Zionist front or some other kind of tech bro manipulation. Ground News feels like one of those. Also, the idea that the AP is left leaning is absolutely insane. That's an absolutely batshit insane thing to believe. Okay. Claudia Scheinbaum is super popular. We love to see it. Okay. The compilation of Ethan Klein sexually harassing AV's mom is crazy, dude. That's fucking crazy. I didn't know about that.
Dream about taking back control of the Senate in next year's elections.
Do you feel like if the election were to be held now, would you be majority leader?
I believe I will. Trump is alienating people left and right.
But this is the reality. Republicans have 53 seats right now, and 20 of the 22 seats that are up are in solidly Republican states. If Senate Democrats have any chance of winning back the Senate, they have to compete in some of the reddest, most conservative terrain in the country. And to do that, they've been coming up with a number of creative strategies. Let me give you one.
Republican light? Have we tried being Republican light? Have we tried being really right-wing on economics and right-wing on social issues? Have we tried catering to the donors? That's a new idea. Do exactly what the billionaires want you to do, and also throw trans people under the bus and hurt immigrants? Is that the new innovative strategy?
One unlikely example, the state of Mississippi, which is not something almost anyone thinks of.
This is the dumbest idea I've ever heard. Mississippian white people are racist. They're never voting for Trump, for a Democrat. That is fucking hopeless. That's insane.
Battleground state. But Senator Schumer and the Democrats have begun thinking about Mississippi as the kind of place they might try to compete.
If you want to compete in places, it's places like Iowa, where you run a left populist Bernie Sanders campaign. Bernie Sanders was always very popular in places like Iowa. You're not going to run in Mississippi where the white racists live. That's insane.
First of all, it has one of the
Look at what happened with fucking Osborne. Osborne ran ahead of fucking Kamala Harris by like 18 points. Those are the places you need to be running. Mississippi? Are you fucking insane?
Largest black populations in America. And second of all, it's relatively cheap. You can buy a lottery ticket of a campaign in Mississippi and hope, maybe, just maybe, that you make it competitive. Right now, the party's been focused on recruiting a district attorney and a former appointee for a federal judgeship, Scott Colomb. Texas is another example. The incumbent Republican, John Cornyn.
Texas is fine, but it's super expensive and very unlikely to flip.
Is being challenged.
Unless there's a recession.
The state's attorney general, Ken Paxton. And Democrats are hoping they spend $100 million blooding each other up, fighting on the airwaves. They're also trying to find potential candidates who compete in a state where the Democrats have been losing ground. One possibility is Colin Allred, but there are some.
He just got his ass beat.
More out-of-the-box candidates, too. A former astronaut named Terry Virts,
right wing,
who was known for his space photography and developed a social media following. He's begun talking with Democrats and is also said to be seriously considering a run for Texas Senate. And there's also Nebraska, where an unusual strategy might be not running a Democrat at all. That's what they did last year when they backed independent candidate Dan Osborne, and he's thinking about running again. To be clear, they're pursuing this kind of a strategy because these are states where
he should definitely do that.
Just having the letter D next to your name, being a Democrat, makes it extremely challenging.
I just don't understand why people think this is a good idea. Like, the Democratic Party is worth pursuing. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, the Democratic Party is such a loser fucking party. What the fuck are we even doing here?
To ever win. But if they have any chance to win back a majority, they're going to have to compete in places like this. At the same time, the Republicans say they're getting themselves prepared. They're not going to be caught unawares in any of these states. So their big focus in these early months has been to tell those incumbent Republicans, get ready for a race. You don't know what's coming. We should know where we are in the political cycle. It's really, really early. Most of these races don't have candidates yet. And so the goal for Democrats is to get politically viable boats in the water in case there's a wave in 2026, that they would have people who could catch it.
The Democratic Party will never change unless it's changed. from within or without. Like, I really don't. I don't know what to tell you. Like, the reason why we're in this desperate situation is because people like Bernie Sanders and AOC cozied up to people like Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden to try to stop Trump. And that created the conditions where Trump wins. They should have gone the opposite direction and tried to destroy Hillary Clinton once and for all. Pathetic. Trump's approval rating has fallen most with people who pay the least attention to news. That's crazy. That's crazy. You know who I want to do? You know who I need to reach out to? Chris Kunzler. I really like his style.
Ben-Gurion was able to convince a crowd of 2,000 people to pledge they would devote their energy to building a national home in Palestine. He managed to recruit 1,500 volunteers to depart immediately to Palestine on his first fundraising tour after the Balfour Declaration, which was of course a huge increase over the 100 pioneers he had been able to recruit over the previous 2 years. And even if you want to disregard this, what the Zionist Project had was the World Zionist Organization, which was a group of international Jewish people ideologically committed to the project of Zionist colonialism in Palestine and willing to throw considerable amounts of capital at that project with no expectation of major returns. And Wolf, the man who you dismissed, deals with this excellently. He says, first of all, always the frontier was led from behind by speculators, but also how does this have any consequence for the Palestinians? Although there was no singular mother country backing it, they still experienced dispossession in a similar way to the Native Americans and such. Although it was through purchase, there are clear examples of violence, coercion, and many other duplicitous tactics in order to expel the Palestinians and destroy the society which existed in Palestine prior to Zionist colonization.
Quotation marks mostly empty. Choo-choo train, if you can prove otherwise, that the Zionists initially mostly settled in parts of Palestine that were already inhabited in 1880 for the 20, 30, 40 years. Feel free to show me. Otherwise, just cope.
And I've decided that I'm not going to include the full segment of what Lonerbox says here, but he encourages a chatter who mocks him for saying that Palestine was mostly empty to take their own life. And I just have to say, this is a 33-year-old man. How pathetic and miserable do you have to be to respond this way to some random chatter on the internet? I have been live. People have said heinous things to me, and never would I once think, yeah, I should respond this way to a random person over the internet. It is sad and pathetic, Lone.
He got it from watching, like, he just acts the same way Destiny acts. He's trying to do a Destiny impression.
And the funniest part is that in many ways this chatter is correct, because Ahad Ham, an early Zionist settler, said that when Zionists had claimed, oh, Palestine is an empty land, there's no one living there, he said it was hard to find a space that was not owned by Palestinians. Similarly, Yitzhak Epstein, an early Zionist settler, spoke of the founding of Rosh Pina, a settlement set up in the early 1880s in the Eastern Galilee. And what Yitzhak Epstein said of the founding was, if we do not wish to deliberately deceive ourselves, we can certainly admit that we have thrown poor people out of their derelict homes and taken away their livelihood. Whence will the castaway turn with only a few coins to his name? To this day, the lament still rings in my ears, the weeping of the Arab women on the day their families left the village of Jaouni, which is Rosh Pina, to go and settle in the Hauran, which lies beyond the Jordan River to the east. The men rode the donkeys and the women followed them, walking and weeping, and the entire valley reverberated with their moans. From time to time they would stop and kiss the rocks. And also Haim Margaliot Kalvarisky, who was the director of the Jewish Colonization Association and bought 25,000 acres in Palestine, also said of his early settlement activity in 1919, over the 25 years of my colonizing work, I have dispossessed many Arabs, removed them from their land, and you realize that this work, removing them from their land, people who were born on it, as were perhaps also their fathers, is not at all something to be trifled with, particularly as the dispossessor does not consider the dispossessed a herd of sheep, but rather human beings with a heart and soul. I had to carry out the dispossessions because the Yeshuv required this of me, but I always tried to perform this surgery easily and conveniently so that it wouldn't be so painful for the dispossessed. I would also try to make sure that they do not leave their land empty-handed, and that they effendis, who were always the mediators between sellers and buyers, do not rob them blind. But of course, rather than confront this or even think about it, you would rather speak to someone in this way. What a moron you truly are, Lonerbox. But I would also like to say that even if this was the case, it really wouldn't matter, because clearly in the early 1900s, the Zionists moved towards the project of Hebrew exclusivist labour. They made it clear that they didn't see the Palestinians as having a part in the society that they were seeking to create. So these new settlements that they were creating in that land, eventually with the support of the British Empire and the declaration of their support for a Zionist state, clearly had the goal of not including the Palestinians within it. Their project simply couldn't have it. They needed an area that had demographic superiority of Jewish people, and so this was always going to require huge amounts of expulsions. You yourself later on in the video note, well actually yeah, settler colonialism can see this thing of, oh, you know, there was things going on before the Nakba. And of course, this is what matters. This is what Wolf talks about. It is his most famous quote. Invasion is a structure, not an event. What he is saying is that you shouldn't focus on a specific event like the Nakba. It is the structure that the early Zionist settlers laid down that clearly had no place for the Palestinians, and they openly avowed as colonialism that was the genesis of the mass expulsion of Palestinians in 1948.
Comparing Gaza and the West Bank to the Warsaw Ghetto, famous. This is a year after Israel pulled out of Gaza and 1 year before the blockade.
They're literally calling and committing a genocide where they say they're going to kill everybody and liquidate it and burn every building down and destroy everything. And Loaderbox is saying, how dare you compare that to exactly what happened in the Warsaw Ghetto? That's the exact strategy the Nazis used on the Warsaw Ghetto. This is far worse. I mean, the scale of this makes the Warsaw Ghetto look small.
2006. The blockade was 2007. He's calling it the Warsaw Ghetto. So this guy is a bit of a... I think you're not going to learn that much about the nuances of Zionism and the Israel-Palestine conflict if you learn this about colonialism. This is a essay for that.
And this part of Lonerbox's video really irked me as well, because Lonerbox tries to discredit Patrick Wolf because he mentions the Warsaw Ghetto, but he doesn't even contextualize what Wolf is actually saying, which is nonetheless, as Palestinians become more and more dispensable, Gaza and the West Bank become less and less like the Bantustans and more like reservations, or for that matter like the Warsaw Ghetto. Patrick Wolf is clearly not saying that the Gaza Strip is currently like the Warsaw Ghetto. What he is saying is that it could end up like that because Zionism has an increasingly lessening dependency on the Palestinian people as a source of labour. Because as Sarah Roy has noted, Israel absolutely destroyed the economy of the Gaza Strip by using it as a cheap source of labour. But then eventually Israel had less and less need for these people, and so increasingly they became a surplus population with no real value to Israel, apart from posing an obstacle to the establishment of a Jewish state over all of historic Palestine, something which the Likud party openly talks about, and something which is clearly not opposed by Israeli society as a whole, because most of them support the mass expulsion of 2 million Palestinians from the Gaza Strip. And what this actually represents when you think about it is a rather chilling prediction, and it's not surprising when it came, because this was just after the Second Intifada, when Israel leveled large parts of the Jenin refugee camp in response to massive Palestinian resistance within the area, which, by the way, is something which...
By the way, chat, Meta just suspended a Palestinian who won the Pulitzer Prize yesterday. Meta is upset after I won the Pulitzer Prize yesterday and has suspended my Facebook account for the second time in a week. National Book Critics Circle Award finalist, Palestinian Book Award winner, and founder of the Edward Said Library. Thank you for raising this. It was an error. The account has been restored.
Under international law, Palestinians should have the right to do, because Israel is undeniably an occupying power.
كل ما نبني عيش تنخربوا لنا اياه، كل ما نبني بيت تنهدموا لنا اياه، كل ما نخلف ولد قتلوا لنا اياه. شو ظل لنا؟ شو ظل؟ قتلوا الامل، قتلوا زهرة الحب اللي بقلبنا. شو ذنب العمارات هاي؟ شو ذنب؟ شو ذنب الولد اللي مات؟ لسه بنطول شهداء من تحت الأنقاض.
But what Wolf saw was something different to South Africa. This is absolutely undeniable, because whilst the colonization of South Africa was undeniably brutal, they still relied on the native population. At no point did they engage in huge destruction of Bantustans in the same way that Israel has been engaging in huge destruction of Palestinian areas. And the Gaza Strip does indeed have comparisons to the Warsaw Ghetto, because what the Nazis actually did to Warsaw, according to the records kept by Edelman, was that following fierce Jewish resistance, the Nazis realised that they just weren't going to beat them without a huge cost, and so they set fire to the entire Warsaw Ghetto, so that life was impossible there. And is that not what Israel has done to the Gaza Strip? They've consistently let their soldiers burn down massive amounts of Palestinian homes, residential buildings, and also civilian infrastructure. They've bombarded it for well in excess of 18 months, and they've randomly blown up civilian buildings with no military purpose simply because they could. And you sit there and act as if this is some kind of disgusting red flag, when it is first of all not a direct allusion to the Warsaw Ghetto at that point, and secondly, it is also a relatively accurate prediction. And I mean, this is just indicative of Lonerbox's argument. He has not read this essay. He cannot confront the actual substance of it, and so he just goes after a couple of quotes. And he does the same with this quote by Herzl.
As Herzl, founding father of Zionism, observed in his allegorical manifesto/novel, if I wish to substitute a new building for an old one, I must demolish before I construct. And it's like, wow, this just sounds like Nakba, right? This just sounds like blowing up a village and replacing it with a Jewish community,
Which
right?
is what they
These
literally
prefatory
did.
remarks are merely intended as a hasty reply to the massed objections which the very words Jewish state are certain to arouse. Henceforth, we shall proceed more slowly to meet further objections to and explain in detail what has been as yet only indicated. And we shall try, in the interests of this pamphlet, to avoid making it a dull exposition. Short aphoristic chapters will therefore
chapters, you
best
illiterate.
answer the purpose. If I wish to substitute a new building for an old one, I must demolish before I
Yeah, new
construct.
CIA
I shall
drone pilot,
therefore
exactly.
keep to this natural sequence. In the first and general part 1 shall explain my ideas.
Loaderbox says it's anti-Semitic to criticize pro-genocide Jews because genocide is inextricably linked to their Jewishness? What?
To say, but he's not talking about Jews. He's talking about people who have exhibited these positive.
Okay, Ethan needs to learn how to debate. What you ask Sam is, would most Jews not cross this threshold? Would you not cross this threshold? That's what you need to ask.
feelings, and that includes millions upon millions of Christians, more Christians.
Okay, well, listen, I don't think they're neo-Nazis, not fit to walk dogs, either. I think it's insane language.
Listen, you don't want to tell me that you have never engaged in hyperbole. You and I both are in this business, and we do that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I just think that,
It's, listen, you can say
I
it's an
just think that,
inappropriate thing to say. It's an unfair thing to say.
It's so funny that Ethan was crying, complaining about this, and then immediately said fucking Arabs are responsible. Immediately.
It's not anti-Semitism.
Fit to walk a dog.
It is not anti-Semitism.
Okay, well, we're at an impasse on this one.
Yep.
Yeah, so I mean...
Someone on Twitter, incidentally, because I was fighting on Twitter, I was replying to the replies. That's how you know I was in a good mood last night. Someone did ask me an interesting question. Someone did ask me a good question, which was, okay, what if most Jews, 90% of them, supported killing all the Palestinians, just Holocaust them? I'd be like, would that be anti-Semitic to oppose them for that? Or to call them fucked up or fascist or whatever? Kind of yes and kind of no. It would be anti-Semitic in the sense that okay, well, you hate most Jews, okay? You think most Jews have something fucking wrong with them. It's also not, though, in the sense that
that's not what anti-Semitism means. If there was a parasite that was implanted in the brain of every Jewish person that made them do something super antisocial, and I arrested them prophylactically because of the brain parasite, and we gave them treatment against the parasite's will, that would not be anti-Semitic. That would be an opposition to a material condition. As long as we're not targeting them for bigotry because of their immutable characteristics, it's not bigotry. If we're reacting to your actions or opinions, that's a reaction to your actions and opinion. And it wasn't anti-German bigotry to destroy the Nazi fucking Germany. It would be not anti-German bigotry to kill people for being German. He's fucking stupid.
Jewish people's reasons for supporting Israel, or sympathizing, with Israel, because most of them do, again, is not just a function of this particular ethno-religious group has just lost its way for some reason. That's not why it's the case. The reason that most Jews feel the way they do about Israel is because of their experience as Jews. It's because of their shared history as Jews. They feel that way about Israel because Israel was the answer to Jewish suffering for half of the world.
That's not true. Israel, the concept of Zionism as it exists, was created by a prestigious and privileged rich atheist. Before the Holocaust even happened.
Other ones, most of them once went the other big group that went to America. They're the ones that got away, right? They got to America when the doors were open. They got treated as equals. They were actually Americans. They were not in Europe where you can become a decorated military guy, the most integrated Jew possible, and still get fucking framed as a fucking spy, right? But for the other half of the world's Jews, it's just true. Sorry, get banned. Israel was the savior of the Jewish people. It was. They didn't have anywhere else to go at that point in time.
There's almost as many Jews in America than there is in Israel. What is he talking about? That's not even true. The reason why, what are you talking about? There are plenty of other places that would have provided refuge where people wouldn't have had to be displaced. America is literally, what are you talking about? Depending upon how you count someone as Jewish, the United States either has more Jews, 48% of world Jewry, or if you're talking about only a very specific core population, then it has 36%. It depends on how you count somebody as Jewish. So what the fuck are you even talking about, man?
Remove all prejudices, determine essential political and economic conditions, and develop the plan.
God, he's dumb as fuck.
And then he goes on to talk about the Jewish question. He's not talking about planning to destroy Palestinian buildings.
He literally
He's talking
said
about
he was.
dismantling pre-existing Jewish opinions about emancipation and argue why they're wrong and why a Jewish state is what would actually ensure survival, not assimilation. He's not saying anything about, but this Patrick Wolf guy just grabs this to say settler colonialism destroys to replace. Like, it's such a bad faith quote, and it's you cannot do this by accident. This is completely intentional.
But Wolf literally refers to it as an allegory, as if it had a hidden meaning, so the specific context of where it was actually said wouldn't matter all that much. And even then, if you read on just the tiniest bit, you can see he says, in a kind of realization that took place half a century later, the one-time deputy mayor of West Jerusalem, Meron Benvenisti, recalled, "As a member of a pioneering youth movement, I myself made the desert bloom by uprooting the ancient olive trees of Al-Basar to clear the ground for a banana grove, as required by the planned farming principles of my kibbutz, Rosh Hanikra."
He alludes to differences between Zionism and other forms of European colonialism, like in the sense of like renaming places to Hebrew names is actually more like old biblical names rather than trying to just like, they're
literally cosplaying. They're LARPing. They're making places up and renaming it out of a, like, that's just LARPing. That's myth making. That's not real. That's not their real name. If you destroy an Arab village and then name it after a village in the Bible, that's not the actual place from the Bible.
If they come from Europe, right? There's no like new Moscow, okay, or new Odessa in Israel, right? It's things like that, or the idea that it's not just like bringing the culture of a mother country into the place that you're coming from. It's a bit different from that, right? But he alludes to these differences, but he doesn't really highlight them at all. Like, he still just tries to shoehorn Israel into all these other different colonialisms of Europe and America and everything else.
And I mean, this part as well is just so utterly ridiculous. Lonerbox, you didn't bother to read the essay. I mean, this is a minute point, but you're like, oh, he's trying to shoehorn things in on this topic of renaming. But he is noting a specific difference here between the case of Australia, where settler anxieties dominated, and they chose to revert to some of the indigenous names because of the anxieties that they experienced about being too close to the British, whereas in the case of Israel, that wasn't possible. But he also notes how Zionism also needed to portray itself as different from Europe in other ways, such as the adoption of the language of Hebrew. Most Jewish people there would have spoke Yiddish or some other language from Europe, and yet David Ben-Gurion, Israel's first leader, banned the speaking of any other language within key political parties of the Zionist project. He didn't want it because he knew in order to form a cohesive nationalism, they needed a shared language, even though none of them could actually speak it. They didn't bother learning Arabic, which would have allowed them to communicate and perhaps even dominate over the natives better. They chose to learn Hebrew because it would distance them from European Jewish people. But still, as I noted previously, this doesn't mean that Israel didn't bring with it European culture. As their early founders put it, that is exactly what they wanted to do. And they built European-style cities within that land. They planted European-style trees within that land. So this idea that they didn't bring the culture of Europe is fundamentally ridiculous, especially as I noted in my previous video, that Israel and its first leaders like David Ben-Gurion often said that they wanted to distance themselves from Arab culture, even in the case of the Mizrahi Jewish people brought over from Arab countries. They openly spoke about how much they didn't like it, and not even just him. Ahad Ham, Asher Ginsburg, who I mentioned as well, also said very similar things about his distaste for non-Ashkenazi Jewish culture. Wolf is not trying to shoehorn them in by highlighting different aspects of colonialism. What Wolf is actually doing is showing how the theory of settler colonialism, the idea that settler colonial societies are premised on the elimination of the native people and the alternative society that they propose, is an effective means for comparing disparate examples which do have their own particular uniquenesses. But of course, for Lonerbox, because he hasn't read the essay, he doesn't actually know what Wolf is talking about.
Book where they basically describe Zionism as pure colonial movement, as pure colonial settlement. But then they do a footnote where they say there are caveats. They do a footnote where they say there are salient differences, which are Zionism's nature as an ethnic national rather than an economic project, the refugee status of most of the Jews who came to Palestine, the loose organization of the diaspora Jewish communities as opposed to a well-organized colonial mother country, and lastly, the ideal of the return of Zion to Zion, which is grounded in Jewish tradition.
Except immediately the British became the pseudo mother country, and then it was continued and picked up by America. So the mother country of Zionism is Britain. So just because they had their own founding myths doesn't mean it's a pure colonial movement. Like, what are you talking about, man?
So they say it's colonialism, but all these very, very crucial things that make it fairly qualitatively different from
It was about constructing a national identity, whole cloth. It's an entirely artificial construction. It's inherently, objectively artificial. They even made up their own form of modern Hebrew, an invented language. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Completely synthetic.
Average European colonial project.
Exactly.
All of these differences highlighted by Oren Yiftachel really don't actually change it. Israel was still a project that sought to eliminate the Palestinian people. You can see, as I've highlighted, how throughout Wolf's other work, he discusses this, and he is not the only settler colonial theorist who has actually talked about this. There were other people who fled persecution, religious persecution, who moved over to America and became settlers. Sure, it wasn't on the scale of Israel, but does it change their relationship to the native population as settlers? No, they were still settlers who went over to that space. Of course, there are differences. No one is claiming that this is a one-to-one example, but what they are saying is there is this overarching structure that you can note from all settler colonies, which shows a clear focus on the goal of eliminating the indigenous population of that land. And even then, most likely what this person is referring to, although I can't find Yiftachel's work that this actually comes from, because there's not a citation in that article, probably comes from Friedrichsen and Fieldhouse's categorization of different types of colonization. And this person is noting what the differences are between the examples highlighted by Fieldhouse and Friedrichsen and what they see as pure settlement in Israel. It is not talking about Patrick Wolf's concept of settler colonialism. And it's also worth adding here that if he is indeed drawing on Fieldhouse and Fredrickson's categorization and typologies of colonialism, then it wouldn't be all that surprising, because as Gershon Shafir has noted, they themselves said that colonialism was not made of one cloth. So highlighting differences between different examples of colonialism is hardly surprising. Across every single expression of it, there were many differences. It is not one uniform thing. And perhaps Lonerbox, if you actually did some research rather than watching YouTube videos whilst playing World of Warcraft and going on propaganda trips to Israel, you might actually start learning what you're talking about.
You can't say there's no colonialism or no settling from Zionism. That's ridiculous. Of course they settled. Of course they were colonizing to some extent. Of course they evicted people. They might not have planned in advance to do the Nakba, but they did do it, right? And they had those ideas swimming around in the back of their minds for quite a few years before they actually did it. Like, the idea of forced transfer didn't come out of nowhere. It didn't just come as a spontaneous response to military need, right? That's not how it worked.
And again, Lonerbox, you are so close to getting it, but of course, your pro-Israel stance will never let you. The whole point of Patrick Wolf's argument is that you should understand the process of settler colonialism as a structure, not an event. These early points of Hebrew exclusivist labor were the genesis of the expulsion of millions of Palestinians. They were not something random, as you are willing to note. You note that it doesn't come out of nowhere. You do say that it may not have been pre-planned, although there is quite a lot of evidence that it was pre-planned, drawing on Ilan Pape's work and highlighting things like Plan D, Plan Dalet, and also Tom Segev, who notes the lightning speed at which it was done means that it could not have been something that was not pre-planned. However, what is clear is that if you had just bothered to read Wolf's work, you might have actually got something from it, but you dismissed it outright for reasons that don't even align with what Wolf is actually trying to say. And initially, the video I planned to make about Loner Box was relating to our debate and the concept of theory versus facts in the Hegelian sense, why theory is way more important than facts. However, what I will still say here is that my point remains. Throwing out random facts and going, well, this thing happened, just to obfuscate the overarching truth that Zionist settlers came to Palestine, expelled the Palestinian people, and clearly, even in the very early period, had the trappings that this was going to be something much bigger. You have to sit there and say, well, actually, this theory's useful. But you would never know that because you're not going to read a book about this. You'd rather just do research on your Twitch stream and talk about things that fit with your narrative. And that's why you're never going to be pro-Palestine or be able to offer any reasonable criticism when you clearly could not even be bothered to...
Lonerbox, and we're subscribing to Chris Kunzler, chat. I can't believe I haven't done that already. Loaderbox basically has the same strategy as Ethan Klein, which is be a Zionist, but obfuscate and get good faith from pro-Palestinian people by claiming to be pro-Palestine. All right, everybody, that's going to be it for me today. I'm going to send you over to VO. I hope you all enjoyed the stream. I know I had a blast. I'll see you all tomorrow. 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern. Thank you for all the support. I really appreciate you. And I'll see you all tomorrow. All right, everybody, stay safe out there. Solidarity forever. Free Palestine. And I'll see you over you know where later on today. All right, see you all. Peace.